kidogo cha nifunge. Haya, so wako pamoja. So niweke kwa hii speaker hii side ama ile speaker huko. Iko karibu na hii. Sasa this one. Sawa. Kamba. Hii.
Nyuma. Unaona hiyo ni chuma hiyo? Hiyo inue alafu ingize kwa hiyo waya iko hapo nyuma ya hiyo.
Sasa acha niku nini? Acha nikuweke hapo kwanza. Alafu hii niweke hivyo. Sawa. Thank you. Sawa. Thank you. the main one is
Sasa nikitaka kuweka reserve data. Nisaidie kuambia wapi zinatakiwa. Utafanya hiyo kazi. Sawa, chukua chai basi jiwezi. Haya.
Good morning, my name is Vicky. I am the director. We are serving for the data participants. Yes, but I'm not
That's what is the location here. Oh, nice to meet you. Wow, you do a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Sometimes I try to learn, but I like even
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, welcome. Nice to meet you. My name is Kathy from Uganda. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's going. Yeah? So now
was mostly dominated by local women.
once the donor funding is over. Immediately after, we developed a young women leaders mentorship manual that is underway, that is still not in operation, and we were able to be trained on the same by an expert whom we had engaged to sit down with QEPs, go through our activities and our programs, and finally develop the manual for us with, of course, the assistance of the management. Later, we were able to come up with a monitoring and evaluation plan. So the meal plan was finalized in the month of July 2022 with a culmination of a training of 25 participants who were taken through the documents. They were also trained on how it will work. It will work for the organization. And they were given an opportunity even to input on the same. After that, we were able to Youth wengi wana expect wapate job kutoka huko, mostly kwa mashamba hivi. Wengine wanakuwa so stress, wanakuwa depressed, wana engage in drug abuse. Wengine hadi wanajiua hadi wamekosa hope.
To address climate change and its implications, we need to apply a gender lens. Climate processes and policies should be all-inclusive by seeking the active participation of everyone for comprehensive solutions.
Unapata hata kweli wakina mama wanapata ile pato wanachoma makaa. Na lazima tuwaambie kwamba tuwabadilishe hiyo kukata miti ama kutegemea tu makaa waingie kwa biashara zingine.
Contrast has just come to the county government of Nyandarua, and we have been able to work together, especially in maintaining gender mainstreaming in matters climate change. And that is one of the key factors. If you look at the impacts of climate change, they affect our women more than us men. So through contrast, we have been able to mainstream gender and at some point the youth.
Changamoto ni kwamba wakati unaenda kufunga watu kule mashinani, ukiambia mtu usikate makaa atasema nitakula nini? Hiyo ni swali ya kwanza wanakuuliza.
Basically, these people need education, and just engaging and having a conversation with them to tell them that charcoal burning, for example, is depleting our environment, so we need to engage on other programs.
Crown Trust is at the forefront of equipping trained during roadshows and seminars.
Hii program imenisaidia sana juu imenielimisha women rights, tena imenielimisha vile naweza kulinda mazingira.
Nimejifunza mambo mengi kuhusu hii janga la tunaloita tabia nchi. Kwanza nimejifunza mambo mawili matatu: kuconserve environment na njia moja ama hii na ingine.
The first workshop we were taught is about not cutting trees, burning charcoals, and the time we started stopping that made us to know how to maintain our environment.
Nashukuru sana kwa hii shirika la Crown Trust kwa sababu nimeweza kunihusisha hasa kwa trainings ambazo zilikuwa zinanisaidia kuweza kusaidia vijana wengine hasa masuala ya budget, vile pia masuala ya awareness about climate change.
We learn a lot through the program on how we can ensure that the community understand and participate in mitigating the effects of climate change.
With women and the youth being the worst hit by the climate change impacts, Crown Trust is working towards cushioning them. Food and water scarcity have made life unbearable for many who spend hours in search of commodities needed in households on a day-to-day basis.
Na maji ikikosekana, wamama na wasichana wanaadhiriwa sana, na hiyo bado inaletwa na nchi tabia juu wasichana wanaambiwa hata wasiende shule, waende wakatafute maji.
Women are they are the ones who perform the domestic chores at home, but most of their time they are out looking for water. In fact, they are the ones looking for firewood, and so they waste a lot of time looking for those two things that are supposed to be given out naturally at the expense of any economic development back in their farms.
Despite women in economies heavily based on agriculture being affected by climate change in a big way, Their role in climate change adaptation and mitigation has been minimal. To have their voices heard, they must understand their social and political rights. Gender sensitivity in national climate policies, strategies, and practices will ensure that climate actions benefit all.
When we talk about gender, most of the times they think it's just women. And the reason why it's women, it's because women are the most marginalized groups, and they're also vulnerable groups in the society. They have not been represented in various decision-making spaces. They are not economically empowered.
Wamama sana alikuwa tukihusisha kuhusu information na pia tunawapa awareness ya kuhusu vile, yani haki zao, wapigania haki zao kutoka kwa serikali mpaka kwa jamii.
Miaka mingi iliyopita kwetu Coast, mwanamke alikuwa hana sauti. Mwanamke alikuwa hana sauti kabisa. Mwanamke kazi yake ilikuwa ni kuzaa mtoto na kukaa jikoni. Wewe huruhusiwi mahali pengine popote, huruhusiwi hata kusimama mbele ya wanaume uzungumze.
So huo muda mchache tumetoka training kupitia Crown Trust. Tulikuja pata nafasi ya kuamsha wamama wenzetu. Kwanza, wakati wa public participation wajitokeze kwa wingi, ama pia kama wanaenda sauti zao zilikuwa hazisikiki.
So the training that we had from Crown Trust gave us to know what the county government can do. Immediately after the training, we had to go
need to be implemented.
Now that we've been having trainings in the first phase, I was thinking we should have some small implementation on women activities, like if we can come up with merry-go-rounds and see what we can put on the table for women, because women are badly affected by the climate change. So we need to economically empower the women.
We're trained on budget process. In budget process, the community have understood that they can participate in budget making and in planning, so that they can plan on areas that can help them mitigate the effects of climate change. For example, communities have been able to push for projects such as dams.
With the trees, we can get shades, and also trees maintain rain. Minus trees is when climate change will be high.
Collaboration between government, civil society, and other stakeholders is required to win this war. Policy formulation, budget allocation, and improved awareness and communication are essential in providing intergenerational climate change education.
We would like to have conversation with the duty bearers, because that is where everything lies. We have government resources that is sufficient, that is placed on the wrong priorities.
We are planning to go to the county director of education, tumwambie atupe nafasi azungumze na wale ma educationist wale wengine, tupewe nafasi ya kwenda mashuleni, because we want to go and talk to our small children, kuwafundisha jinsi ya kupanda miti, ili shule ipandwe miti iwe kama a small forest.
Mimi peke yangu siwezi, lazima niungane na wenzangu, na wenzangu ni wale wa kutoka serikali kuu, jamii yenyewe tunaita community, na hata viongozi, hususan masuala mazima ya dini. Climate change inabadilika sasa hivi kwa dini mengi, ubakaji, sodomi, mimba za mapema, domestic violence zinafanyika. Je, mashehe wanafanya nini? Je, mapasta wanafanya nini? So hapa ni uunganisho na cooperation ya kufanya kazi pamoja.
To the Pentagon, the CIA, and the Department of Defense on a clear February evening.
It is a program that has assisted women in Murang'a to get and benefits of the Constitution and towards achieving our 2-3rd agenda as women in Kenya. 2, it is a program that has given us a platform to address issues that are affecting women in many ways, and how this can be, and how we can be able to address these issues at different levels as well. And the 3rd thing that is of benefit to us, that it has helped us develop like kind of a movement where women can come together and make it, just discuss women stuff, women issues, and look in ways of how we can hold each other, our hands, come up with good leadership, engage women in support of other women, and create an avenue where women can be able to rise from where they are to leadership positions.
And this program is very useful to us, especially women, because it is a sensitization of women in order to get power.
To me, I can see it as a milestone, simply because I was raised by 5 girls who are in front of me. So I've grown embracing ladies leadership, and this gave me a platform and opportunity to know them well, to know their capability. And when it comes to our society, we have grown in the culture that we don't embrace what we call women leadership so much. And when I came and I met people of the same caliber, people who used to believe in ladies, it gave me a reason to walk out, to
go and talk to the ladies so that they can understand how they can engage in what we call responsible leadership, still within the community level, still within the, let's say, the church level, within their working places, because by believing in them is when they realize that they have something special.
Basically has created awareness to this groups of these categories that is men, women, the youth and persons with disability, has given them a platform to learn more and become more conscious of issues affecting them so that they can even task the agents of change around them to get solutions to their issues.
But since Crown Trust came to Kajiado North, we have formed so many groups of PWDs, which we have walked a step to know about our constitution and our rights. And
good morning, everyone. Good morning. If you can see me, just wave, say hi. We thank you very much for joining us for this meeting. We are still waiting for the representatives from the ministry. They're on their way. There's just been a bit of reshuffle within their meetings today, so we'll just be a little patient. Otherwise, we have some tea and snacks, coffee at the back there, so you can continue having your tea and snacks. Immediately they get in, we'll proceed with our program. Otherwise, asanteni sana for your patience, and we thank you also for making time to be here with us.
And now we can stand and talk about PWDs, because already we have learned from Crown Trust how to stay with people according to our station of PWDs.
It has already enlightened us so that we can be very good leaders, and we also eliminate Kasaro, that's what he said, women are enemies on themselves. So when Crown Trust come, we also trust other women. Imenisaidia. Ndio hata kama nimekuwa kiongozi kwa mimi kwa muda mrefu, kuna mambo sikuwa najua. So imekuja ikaniempower with knowledge, nikajua niko na yani fikra zangu zimepanuka kiasi, naweza ingiana na wenye sijawahi ingiana na wao. For the first time, young women who are vying for positions of MP and have never vied for any other position. You would imagine a young person wants to be an MC, then rise to an to an MP, and then maybe try to be a senator, try to be a woman. Some went directly to,
at least we can see women coming up, persons with disabilities speaking up on issues and concerns that affect them. So I would say yes, the project has given them a good platform to participate and become more aware of their issues.
I'm very happy with Nakuru County. By seeing the Nakuru County, all the elected positions that we had, ladies were elected in almost each and every position. That shows if we believe in this, they have the potential.
The 20 wards, it was mostly dominated by local women who believed in me, and they were happy. And actually, I got votes from those wards. Many of them were encouraged, and they were really inspired that even the marginalized can take positions like elected positions and still make it. I have seen that persons with disability applied for a position, and even when she did not make it, she has applied to be nominated. So confidence must be something else.
Apart from PWD's groups, we have also formed so many groups of women groups in our area, and already there are so many groups we have learned from Crown Trust. There before, you could not find a woman who could represent a board or a committee in any school or any hospital committee. But from when Crown Trust come into this Kajiado North, you can see we have women representing other women in so many committees, especially school committees, church committees, also in chief's baraza.
The women forum, in terms of sensitization through, or rather to ensure that we are involved in electoral process and we are also involved in elective positions as women. It has been of great importance to us in 3 aspects. One, helping women rise from grassroots to elective positions. 2, encouraging other women who have decided to be leaders and joining with them in terms of ensuring that they minister that space and give them ultimate support to rise into leadership because they can be leaders. And 3, through this forum, we have been able to
Good morning again. Hi. I think now it is time we commence, but I would request that we take tea kindly because we will not have a tea break. We will proceed with the program as it is so that we are able to finish on time. But in the meantime, we can start introducing ourselves so that we know who is in the room. I know there are those who are joining us via Zoom. Yes, there are those who are joining us via Zoom. Karibuni sana. So I don't know how we will start. I think we can start by table.
Or maybe they go first and take their tea and then we can do introduction.
Okay.
And then do introductions and then pray and open with a prayer and
Okay.
what we are doing.
Sawa, mwende mchukue chai tafadhali and you can come with it where you're seated.
Okay, 5 minutes. You pick your tea, you come back with it, then we move. Meanwhile, know your neighbor because you will introduce your neighbor. If you don't move, I assume that you don't need tea and we'll move. So you have 5 minutes to pick tea and also to know your neighbor.
Okay. Tukikunywa chai. Is everybody hearing me vizuri? Tukikunywa chai tuchukue selfie na mwenzako. We take a selfie and we post on Twitter and we have a hashtag Women Economic Empowerment. Nitaandika pale and the accounts that you're supposed to tag, that is Crown Trust, Akina Mama wa Afrika na UN we have. Sawa. Please make sure that you take a selfie and make sure you tag. Sawa. Yes. Okay.
I'm adding you 1 more minute to take a selfie. If you are sitting, you are not picking your tea, can you take a selfie? Okay. We are waiting for people to settle down so that we start with a word of prayer. If you have not registered yourself, please pick up your hand, then I can bring the form. Thank you. Anyone who has not registered? Okay, let's believe and pray. Our Heavenly King, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you, God, for gathering us here, oh Jehovah God. We thank you for Crown Trust. We thank you for everyone who has arrived here. We also pray for those ones who are on their way. Our dear Lord, we have a mission that has brought us here. We pray that we'll be able to accomplish it, and whatever we will discuss here will go a long way in helping the women of this country. Dear Lord, we also pray for our nation. We pray for peace, and we pray that we no longer experience hunger as it happened last year. We pray for our president. We pray for our government. We pray for everybody. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
And now we will start with the introduction, and you're introducing your neighbor. That's what we agreed. Very fast. I start from here. Good morning, everyone. My neighbor is Josephine Kalu Kakoma. She's deaf, so I pass the mic to her. Good morning. My neighbor here is Rahab Kimatu, and herself is deaf. I've worked with her on disability advocacy for a very long time. Thank you. Good morning, beautiful women and gentlemen. I want to introduce my neighbor. I don't know her name, but I can see she's very beautiful and with the mustard dress, and she has a very nice hair that has a few curls. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. That was nice to start our week. Sorry, I wasn't able to say my name to you, but let me introduce myself or my neighbor.
Just say your name, then introduce your neighbor.
Okay, my name is Terry Maindo, working with Care Kenya. Glad to be here. So my neighbor's name, she's Kavi Karuga from Uraia Trust, a very beautiful lady and a great one, a good friend. Thank you.
Good morning, beautiful women.
Morning.
And handsome men. Thank you for being our male champions. We really appreciate. So my neighbor is Njoki. She's our sign language interpreter.
Thank you. Have we introduced everybody on this table?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My neighbor's name is Mine Mbesa. She's a sign language interpreter. We're working with her today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is nice having you in the house.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gladys. My neighbor here is Jemima. She has a background in environment, but she's here to support the report.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jemima. As my good neighbor has introduced me, her name is Gladys, and she's from APWD. APWD is Association of Professional Women with Disabilities. And I look forward to collaborating with all of you in coming up with the outcome document for this meeting.
Morning, everyone. My very beautiful neighbor here, she's smiling. I hope you can all see the smile. Is Winifred Okumu, and she's the Executive Director at Africa Youth Trust. I think she's also engaged in quite a number of things, including the area of sexual and reproductive health advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Good morning, everyone. My good neighbor here is Maurice Odhiambo, formerly leader of Civil Society Consultant, Research, Advocacy, and Institutional Development, and is also a board member of Dobby Women Network and a partner to Crown Trust. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My neighbor is Raphael Kimani. He has another name. You guys don't know that name. And he works for CREW, Center for Rights, Education and Awareness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My neighbor's name is Winnie Maru from the National Women's Steering Committee. I'm glad to be here. Thank you. All of us.
neighbor's name is Winnie Kimel. She works with Crown Trust.
Good morning. Her name is Regina Wambui. She works for JAEC, which is Justice and Empowerment Center. They are based in Murang'a. She came all the way kwa hivyo snacks zenye zitabaki apewe awarudishe nguvu. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm going to introduce myself since they have introduced each other. So my name is Peter Mongi from ABAC.
Okay. Good morning once again. Sorry for that. I didn't know. She's Diana Kichengo, the National Coordinator for the Institute for Social Accountability. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. This is Mr. Byron Ochola, the research lead at the Institute for Social Accountability, researches on issues of the economy. I'm sure what he has includes women. He already has a research on women and AGPO.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My neighbor is Velona Okech, a Programs Manager at Crown Trust.
Good morning, everyone. My neighbor, he's a bit timid, but at least today he has spoken. He's usually the silent listener in every conversation, everywhere. So when Crown Trust has any meeting, we always have him listening in the background. His name is Dennis. So today is also the same person who is working on the background to make sure that the people online are able to hear us. He's within the ICT department at Crown Trust.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the alternative. I want Wanjiru to introduce herself.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Mimi napenda kusalimu watu wanisalimie pia. Good morning, everybody. Are you happy? Raphael, good morning. Amazing. So my name is Wanjiru Kenywa. I am the communications officer at Crown Trust. Please, we are on YouTube live. I will share the link Please make sure that you share with your friends as well and your colleagues. And I'm happy to be here. And please, those are the hashtag. That's the hashtag that you're going to use. That is Women Economic Empowerment. Tag Crown Trust, tag Akina Mama wa Africa, and tag UON We Hub. And please take selfies. Yes, and State Department of Gender. Sawa.
Thank you very much. I think we are doing very well. We want to just know the number of people who are online. And we welcome them as they will be following the discussion. They can be writing their comments on the chat.
So we have 33 participants on Zoom who are following online.
We have
33 in number.
Yeah, we have 33 people. That's very good. And they are from, where are they from?
From different regions, countrywide.
Oh, they are from different regions, countrywide. We ask you to just say your county. If you are online, you say where you are coming from so that we'll know whether we have the whole country represented here. So thank you very much. And I want to thank you all for coming here. I want now to, my name is Beatrice Kamau from Women Economic Empowerment Hub and also Women Political Alliance. I am also part of the people who are here, and we are hoping to have a very, very successful day, and I will be facilitating for the day. I want now we welcome Daisy to give us opening remarks. Karibu Daisy, tumpigie makofi.
Thank you so much, Beatrice, and good morning to you all. Thank you so much for your patience and really for taking the time to join us for this meeting today. Allow me to, I stand here. Here? Okay. Allow me first to give apologies from the Cabinet Secretary of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, who had committed to being at this meeting, but has been called away on other official duties. And so the ministry has delegated, and they have sent us one of their directors, and we are happy to have her. She will be speaking later. I want to thank all of you once again for joining us in this meeting to share the report and the outcome of the conference which we held earlier this year, the Women Economic Forum Kenya conference, which okay, so I'll give you a short background into the Women's Economic Forum. So we all know that we have been in the forefront of fighting for the implementation of the 2/3 gender principle and women's political empowerment. But in the course of our work, one of the things that came out very strongly is that without economic empowerment, it becomes very difficult to politically empower women, whether we are talking about potential candidates, political candidates, or even women who we mobilize to support women candidates, or women, who are mobilized around the political arena. Why? Because when you look at how our politics is structured, it's very transactional, right? The emergence, even for the emergence of a structure, roads to get produce out of the farm, if the cost of fuel is too high, all these have a ripple effect and build towards increasing the cost of food. So economic empowerment is very important, especially for women. And we know that aside from political exclusion, women have traditionally been economically excluded. They've been economically excluded because for the longest time, women were not allowed to inherit the basic factors of production, land. You could not inherit land from your father, you could not inherit land from your husband. Yani, you are just a visitor wherever you went, where women were not able to access finances. And even till today, even though we do have some affirmative action funds, but you still find that women are still operating at the micro, small and medium spaces. In fact, mostly micro and small. In those higher levels where you need some hefty chums, you don't find many women operating in those ranks. So economic empowerment is very important. And so under the Women's Voice and Leadership Program, the WVL program, where we are principal partners and we are leading on the networking and alliance building pillar, one of the things that we're doing is really focusing on pertinent issues that are critical to women's voice and leadership, and able to drive that and build collaboration with key partners to be able to highlight those issues and build partnerships towards addressing them. And so we decided that we were going to initiate a conversation around women's economic empowerment. And that is how the Women's Economic Forum was born. And now it is in its third year. This year was the third year. We started, actually it was supposed to be in 2020, then COVID came. So, remember when COVID came, we thought it was going to be 2 months. So, we kept on, it came, we were like, now what do we do? It was to be a physical conference. So our first ever Women's Economic Forum was held online, virtually. Once we had ironed out the kinks of how to do the online space, because it was also something new. You know, getting the grassroots women to navigate that space and everything, and it was actually very successful because we had, I think we had over 13,000 participants from how many countries? Were they from 12 countries from around the world? I think everybody was interested in what was going on in the virtual space because we were all forced onto the virtual space, you know. And we partnered with the Women's Economic Hub of the University of Nairobi. And in fact, they have been a consistent partner with us because the WeHub is also focusing on women's economic empowerment. And so through this partnership, we have many other areas that we're working on, but we collaborated on the women's economic, it's called the Women's Economic Forum, yes, Women's Economic Forum Kenya. So 2021, we had our first one virtually. 2022, we had also virtual. And then this year, we had a physical meeting where this time we actually collaborated with the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, the UN Women, Akina Mama wa Africa, and of course our traditional partner, the WeHub of the University of Nairobi. And so you can see that it is a conversation that continues to expand. And for all our conferences, we have had very specific themes related to the current economic situation, looking at how do we integrate women into that economic discourse. Because for many people, economics is a very esoteric discipline and people fear talking about the economy. In fact, whenever you see, and you saw during the finance bill discussions, you didn't see too many women talking about it. I think there was maybe one or two, Dr. Bivi and what's her name, the professor from University of Nairobi. We don't actually see many women on that discourse. It's the men who come out strongly. So, you know, even in terms of perception, it is seen as a very male-dominated space, a space that is understood by men. Yet, on a daily basis, women interact with economic issues. They are always developing budgets, how to work with very little and do a lot in the home, you know? And so it is about really breaking it down to in a way that can be easily understood by women, looking at the different thematic areas where women are in operation, looking at what the government has planned for women and whether it's working, and if it's not working, what recommendations can we make? So this is a space that we have developed to be able to have these conversations with key decision makers, with development partners, and with government, so that we are bringing the experiences of women to the people who can actually change the dynamics. And so that's really, in a nutshell, what the Women's Economic Forum is. We hope to expand it so that we ensure that in every conversation where anything economic empowerment is being talked about, women's voices are on that table. And we are able to collaborate with our government to put in place measures that will actually address the economic plight of women and bring women into it so that we are economically empowered. You know, we talk about in the political arena, I think it's Obama who said that you can't, it's like playing with a team that half your team is on the bench. But you can imagine the resource that women are, that it is so underutilized. Women are so underutilized, even economically, maybe because of fears or lack of understanding about that economic space, that we are not contributing as best we could, you know, or there are too many barriers that hinder the progression of women. And some of it is even rooted in cultural things. I remember one time talking to a lady politician in Tangle Bay, who the political party wanted her. She was a very good mobilizer, so they wanted to nominate her as a councillor. And she had to seek the permission of her husband. And the agreement was that she will be nominated as long as whatever allowances or resources that are to be paid to her will be paid through her husband's account. Because traditionally, mwanamke anatakia pesa nini? You know. So it comes to the man and then the man decides how you are going to nini. And we know that this is the reality, you know. The women, they till the land. At the end of the day, the men are at the bank counter with them when it is time for pay. They take the money and then they are the ones who decide how the money is going to be used. So we need to change these dynamics. We need men to also understand that women are responsible managers of money. They are not careless, and that they do have agency, and that they can actually meaningfully contribute, you know, towards the economic well-being of our country. So with those many remarks, allow me to welcome to the stage Dr. Agnes Meroka. By the way, we are shifting from, you can see we've shifted from the program, so we'll just go with the flow. Dr. Agnes Meroka, who is from the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub of the University of Nairobi, to make a few remarks. Welcome, Dr. Meroka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daisy. And good morning, everyone. All protocols observed, because we do have a representative for, you know, our PS, and we also have our representative from the UN Women. They will introduce themselves as per the directions that we were given, but I am very happy to be here this morning and to be representing the University of Nairobi. We have the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. Before I even give my remarks, please receive greetings from our hub leader, Professor Wanjiku Kabira. I think many of you know her. She has been on the forefront of fighting for women's rights in this country for so many years, and we are always inspired by her. When we think about women's economic empowerment, I don't know how we see ourselves and what it really means to us. But for me, it's something that hits close to home, because I know for sure I would not be here if my paternal grandmother was not a woman who worked very hard and who used her resources to educate her children. And before she died, she would always tell us that story. She would always say, you know, during the colonial period, just as the colonial authorities were starting to parcel out land and to issue titles, private titles, she worked very hard, and you know, she sold the traditional brews. And from the money she made, she said, I have to buy land where the road is passing, so that I can open a shop, and people will then buy merchandise from my shop, and I will be able to educate my children. So actually, my father was educated by his mother, by my paternal grandmother. And if my father had not been educated, of course, I don't know where I would be, you know, because it is by virtue of him having gone through the process, having gone through school, that myself and my siblings were also given the opportunities. But you can see Wangari Maathai's quote, right? You empower a woman, you've empowered an entire community for sure. So for me, when we talk about women's economic empowerment, it's not rocket science. We are all here today, I think, because especially women were able to make decisions, economic decisions, and were able to access economic resources. And without that, you can imagine the generations that will be completely lost and completely wasted. So it's something that is really close to us. It's something that's close to our hearts. And I think we also make decisions in our own households, how we empower ourselves, how we empower our children, and so on. So as we're seated in this room and discussing the Women's Economic Forum and the report that has come through the Women's Economic Forum, let us have in our minds the millions and millions of women who benefit from these kinds of initiatives. And let us think about our own role in terms of promoting empowerment for women promotes women's economic empowerment. But you know, research, when it is isolated from lived experiences, from what happens on a day-to-day basis on the ground, then it doesn't
of gender-based violence, I'm kind of thinking, reflecting the report and the kind of needs, the issues that came out of your report. I think there was a point made around doing more holistic work that, you know, address not just the gender-based violence, but also address leadership and address economic empowerment. Again, I want to say that as the UN this year, we developed a cooperation framework together with government, which is pushing all the UN agencies to work together. But also then that was cascaded to UN Women's strategic note, which says you cannot work in silos anymore. So we have 4 units, women economic empowerment, leadership, gender-based violence, and women peace and security. But we are being told work together. Elizabeth, even if you're addressing climate smart agriculture, you know, there's an element of, you know, conflict. So work with the person who is dealing with conflict. There's an element of leadership. We want to hear the women's voice as you're talking about county plans, you know, that kind of thing. So we are addressing that in a way that should be able to support the woman so that she has some money in her pocket, so that if there is sexual gender-based violence meted on her, she's able to take alternative actions. And finally then, within the UN Women, there's been quite a bit of thought and reflection around the matter of attainment of gender equality. And the gains are being lost maybe as a result. They are looking at the need to transform care. I was in a meeting sometimes this year, and now that is the conversation all over the place. Purple economy, care. And it's thinking about care broadly, not just care around unpaid care, but also even care of the planet, you know, and the resources that God has given us. They need to make it possible for women to be part of decent work, you know, not just work, but decent work. They need to address gender responsive climate action and foster women's resilience to disasters. They need to ensure that there's zero violence, to ensure that women are part of peace and security. But finally, they need to have the proper data in place that is disaggregated, that can help, you know, really comprehensive data. And so this data, as I said, would help us tell our story, but will also help us to design programming that can bridge some of those gaps. So we will always continue to work with yourselves.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and UN Women. We appreciate your partnership and collaboration and your willingness at all times to step in. You have been such a dependable partner in this, and we hope that even now, as we look towards 2027, we really need to make the economic empowerment agenda a very central part of women's empowerment generally, you know, so that by the time we're getting to 2027, women will be able to be visible on that political stage, both economically and politically. It is now my great pleasure to welcome, to make her opening remarks on behalf of the ministry, Madam Florence Chemutai, who is the Deputy Director for Socio-Economic Empowerment at the State Department of Gender. Madam Florence, welcome.
Thank you so much. So as you've heard, my name is Florence Chemutai. I'm from the State Department for Gender, representing the CS and also the PS. Listening to our presenters, the people we've just talked, we've known that, we've heard from them that they have mentioned somebody who is a fighter. You know, our CS is also a fighter. You are aware where she came from and where she is right now. So she's a fighter, and our PS also is a champion of women economic empowerment. So I'm representing both of them today. So I'm glad to join you today during this sense. But now that it is a digital platform, they can access it in a day or make empowerment. And responsible for undertaking research and developing policies in gender equality in Women Rep Fund. It also assists women, especially to pay for them bursaries, especially those who are needy, the single women, the widows. This fund of GAP assists them. And then we have the Hustler Fund, most of us are aware of. And then we have ACPO, we've mentioned today. And we are glad that as partners, you've been working with us, and we've been able to identify challenges facing ACPO. And as a State Department and as government, we are working with you people as partners to see how we can improve ACPO so that it can benefit the women, the youth, and the people with disabilities. So today we are glad to join you so that we can learn from the WE policy findings, and we are interested as a government on data. As it has been mentioned, from the data we can be able to identify the gaps, and it also informs us on policy direction we are taking. So we can know how ACPO is benefiting or not benefiting women, or how how we can improve WE policy. The government is committed to women economic empowerment, and through that, women of low level, of especially the entrepreneurs, the mama mbogas. We are interested, but we were privileged to attend the Women Deliver conference in Rwanda, and there were many side events, and most of them were on women economic empowerment, and also on unpaid care work. I think that is a new thing, it's an emerging issue. The women spend so much time on unpaid care work and less on how they can improve their livelihoods. So most of the women spend most of their time taking care of the people in the house, cold, fetching water from very far. So those were side events. Many of them were on women economic empowerment and paid care. From we have for KU here. So she was also there, and we attended some of the side events with her. And then there were also side events on how gender will be in the next 5 years, what we can do so that we bridge that gap in the next 5 years. So I'm so glad to join you. And when I go back, I'll take what we've learned today and share with my peers who has a passion for WE, and also my CS who is committed to the WE everything. So from the ninth agenda for women, you are aware of
very much for all this, and I know that we are going to make it. I want to say that the Crown Trust has really made a big mark in this country with their alliance building, because they have been able to bring women together. We are now working with government. We have, which has been doing a lot of research, has been backing the work that Crown Trust has been doing with what is research-based advocacy, and we have been having now data, because most of the time we were being told that those are sweeping statements and all that, but now we can back what is happening with evidence from WeHub, and we really thank WeHub. We also thank the ministry. I'm actually a beneficiary of Hasra Fund. I get 3,000. And I hope that, but we are still struggling to get that, the WEF money. It has not come out, and we hope that one of the things that will come out here is you people rolling out the education about WEF, so that women can continue benefiting from WEF. Thank you very much. Now I want to invite Daisy to take us to the next level, which is presentation of women economic empowerment, the conference report. And although she has touched a bit of it, now she's going to give us in more details. As she's giving this report, you will find out that whatever we are talking about, it is all very interconnected, because there's a lot of work that has been going to this. Thank you. Welcome, Daisy. Tumpigie makofi.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you once again. And really, I want to appreciate CARE and Global Affairs Canada. It is too dark. To be able to see. What was Stima? The translators, the sign language interpreters can't be seen. The hand gestures, it's too dark for them. Can the lights be put on there? Like just in one section so that they're able to see? Is there anybody handling that? Yeah, they're working on it. They're working on it. So I want to appreciate CARE, the WVL program that has enabled us to actually, roll out the different aspects of networking and alliance building, and specifically the Women's Economic Empowerment Agenda. I also want to appreciate WeHub, who have come in very strongly to support us on this. And it is growing because, when we started, it seemed like, this is an area where I think as women, we have to force ourselves into the non-traditional spaces, the spaces that have been non-traditional for women, because you find that even where you want to come in, you find there are already players there, and sometimes these are like closed spaces. So we have to force these spaces to open up to us. And of course, you and women who are always ready and willing to come in to support. Now, I'm going to take you through the conference report, the discussions that we had and the outcome. And then, of course, at the end of this meeting, we will share with you the actual report, and you can go and read more about it. The theme for this year's Women's Economic Forum was getting women involved in Kenya's economic recovery. We all know that post-COVID, there has been a serious economic downturn, and I've lost sound. Is it that it has died? Hello? Oh, it's back. So all government policies and agenda are aimed at economic, they are organized. And this is one of the things that we must appreciate about women, is that women are organized. When you look at how women organized against their social exclusion, their economic exclusion. Today, banks are calling them investment groups, but we called them, they were merry-go-rounds, they were chamas, where women would come together, they contribute 5 shillings, 10 shillings, and build, a pool of resources that would make them, sorry. Okay, I'm told, okay. So But women have always been innovative in organizing themselves, right? And even with the little that they have, they've learned how to pull together resources and ability to be able to do more. So this forgotten middle, they're there. They are socially have access to resources such as land, finance, and even just information, right? Unequal distribution of domestic responsibilities, lack of adequate representation in decision-making processes, global pushback and clawback on gains made in the women's rights movement. And I think that is something that we must look more keenly into, Elizabeth, because you people operate on a global level. And there is a feeling that at a global level, every time women seem to make strides in one area, they shift the goals. You know, we started with the Beijing Platform for Action. We identified clearly 12 key priority areas. And once we had the platform, the next thing we knew, we had the MDGs. Before we had achieved success in the 12 critical areas of concern, they brought us the MDG goals. No sooner did we finish with MDG, now we have SDGs. So, you know, there's always shifting priorities, and it is at a global level. And of course, I won't even say the one that I told you where I think now there's an erasure of women in the name of a new agenda. And I'm like, you know, we may talk about the patriarchy, but it seems to know how to reinvent itself very well. You know, and also, Nini, part of this pushback and clawback is a fatigue towards resourcing, you know, women's empowerment. Of course, gender-based violence, information asymmetry, cultural and societal attitudes, norms, and practices that contribute and lead to sustained acceptance of these barriers. You know, you remember that the Kenya National Demographic Survey released a survey where they said over 50% of women in certain parts of the country think it's acceptable to be beaten. You know, that's a cultural thing. That's a societal issue. You know, if my husband does not beat me, he does not love me. You know, those are things that must be addressed very seriously. No, I mean, that's like crazy, you know. And where we have in other parts of the country where very negative practices are making a comeback, a very serious comeback. FGM is making a comeback. It's being medicalized. Now a whole Dr. Meroka will take herself to hospital to be circumcised. And there are people who are saying that we need to return the river back to its source because we have lost our culture. And part of returning the river to its source is circumcising women. Like we've got to ask ourselves, we've got to, you know, like go back down to find out what exactly is driving this. And then, of course, there's the issue of climate change. And then, of course, you know, so how do we address some of these measures? We need to economically empower women to facilitate their access to resources like land. So you know that is still an area that is being resisted because the 2010 Constitution has addressed those issues. So in terms of the framework and the fundamentals, we actually have guarantees within our constitutional framework. But in terms of actualizing, we know that there's been some strides that have been made in, you know, women and land ownership, but there is still a lot of resistance, especially when it comes to this thing called community land, ancestral lands. You know, it's like communities and ancestors, they only recognize women when they die and they are sent to ancestorship. That is when you are you know, yeah?
And when they are providing labor.
And when they are providing labor. But in terms of ownership, it is resisted. I know we participated in public participation on community land, and we were insisting that these community land boards should have at least 2/3 of women. Yani, that thing was resisted so seriously. You know, this is an issue. We've got to, I think we need to demystify land in Kenya, you know, so that it's not just that it's something that is held by people, you know, like just I'm looking for the right word, where they just, it's like just holding land for the sake of being a land billionaire. It is not productive land. Yes, some of it is for speculation purposes and all, but actually see land as a serious factor of production, and where it can be made productive, allow people to work the land, whether, especially women, allow us to work this land. Then, of course, deliberate efforts to include women in green entrepreneurship ventures. So now with this climate smart agriculture and all these climate change initiatives, women must be involved in it, because it's something that's shifting. And as it shifts, we must ensure women are not left behind. Of course, awareness creation to women and vulnerable groups, and all forms of discrimination against women in the context of climate change and environmental degradation should be addressed. I think you heard some of the beneficiaries of the climate change program that we were talking about, that they have actually been subjected to violence because of the lack of productivity. It's like it's their fault. But some of these things are rooted in culture. You remember that for some of these cultures, if the woman is uncircumcised, then she goes to the farm, the crops will dry up, or the river will dry up. And so, they can be blamed. It is because you women, you are running away from culture, and we are experiencing all this. And I will tell you this. And she was elected on a dual gender seat in 2017. But immediately, and remember, they had decampaigned her in 2013. They had decampaigned her and said she's going at, and they really decampaigned her. So she didn't win in 2013, but she went on to win the seat, dual gender seat in 2017. And a series of unfortunate events took place. Al-Shabaab invaded, and then there was a drought. 2022. They said, you see, we told you. Here, see now Al-Shabaab, see now drought. It is because we have gone against culture, we have gone against the gods, or, And she lost, seriously, because you see, for as long as we are not continually educating communities on some of these realities, they can be told, you see now somebody can come, and maybe, because even when you look at some of these comebacks, some people are interpreting a lot of the economic downturn, a lot of breakdown in, so we have to have continuous civic education and civic awareness on the importance of integrating women into the mainstream across the board, so that we kill these tales, and myths. Of course, we must also emphasize the importance of women's economic empowerment. I think one of the things is that the women's economic empowerment agenda, whether it's political or economic, has been misunderstood to mean role reversal. It's like, wanaume mumefail, kaeni kando, we show you how it's done. It's not seen as a shared space, as joint empowerment that we can move together, leave no one behind. So that leave no one behind message really needs to come out stronger, and it needs to be framed as a shared space as opposed to role reversal, because the resistance is driven by the idea that it is now, if we allow women into this space, there is no space for men. So there's a resistance to that. And then, of course, have multi-sectoral stakeholder approaches, and use the gender sector working groups platforms to deal with GBV, but also to have penalties. I think during Kibaki's time, it was serious. They enforced these needs. If you were found carrying out FGM, you went to jail. But now it's almost like kuna kubembelezana. You will hear even that it is the chief that has mobilized girls to go and be circumcised. The duty bearer mwenyewe, So there have to be, we really need to have penalties on this, and then look at root causes of abuse, water for sex. That's something that really came out during the conference, that, in some places, women are forced to engage in sexual favors for water, fish for sex, jaboya, So these, and tea for sex, So we need to address those root causes. So some of the prioritized solutions is advocacy, Okay, fine. There was, addressing, look at economic recovery responses that would be structural, systemic, and transformative long-term gender responsive macro level approaches, recognizing and reducing, remunerating and redistributing unpaid care and domestic work. This is a conversation we've had conference in Naivasha with parliamentarians and the Ministry of Labor. But even when we were mobilizing, the Ministry of the thought around it, an official from the Ministry, from Treasury told us there's no way that, even this thing of recognizing it, the government can't agree because it's intangible, it is intangible. Yet, unpaid care, and once the woman leaves the home, that work that she is not paid for, she has to pay somebody to do it. So it's work. So we really need to strengthen our arguments around unpaid care work and force the government to quantify it. Even if they call it intangible, we have to find a way to make it tangible, to quantify it. The government must deploy time use surveys because time itself, even if it's intangible, it's a resource and it can be quantified. See, like working hours. When you calculate working hours and minimum pay, see, it is quantified. You're quantifying that time. So if we have those time use surveys and quantify them and begin to look at how much time women put in this unpaid care work, that it must begin to put in place those time use surveys, and we must be able to show how much time that time of the overall economy. I mean, if women were to withdraw that work, what would they do? It would yes.
That when women together with the National Bureau of Statistics undertook the time use survey, but the government is unwilling to release it.
Aha. This is what it is. It is factual. It is everything. In fact, that is part of that discrimination against women, because you don't even want to, when looking for things, in the bed, yet women are contributing genuinely, even that in the bed, to relieving stress, and keeping you happy. So yes, and if you don't get it at home, you go to look for it, you pay for it somewhere else. So we need to start respecting women's contribution. So Elizabeth, share with us that we will push the government to release.
They are not even willing for us to share.
You see, but hey, then now we will have to talk to each other nicely. Yes, leak. Then of course, engagement on the 2/3 gender principle. And we want to appreciate at least our cabinet secretary, Aisha Jumwa, because she has actually inaugurated a working group, multi-agency working group on the 2/3 gender principle. So we expect to see quite a bit of movement in this. We also know that the president also issued a memo to parliament around this issue. So we expect to see movement on that. Culture and societal norms. We need to address culture and societal norms. And the issue of land. This land must be demystified. People need to know there are different markets. Looking like in these rich countries. I remember one time in Turkana, we were trying to explain to them, because for them, when we were talking about women, one of the elderly men, they said, that when we give our girls in marriage, we actually get, camels and, livestock, and it adds to our wealth. And we said, that there are places where there are markets that are virtual, and they could not understand it. We were like, now somebody who makes like this phone, for the knowledge they have on this phone and everything, they make money off it. As in, it's an intangible thing. We need to start looking at different forms of economic empowerment and getting people to understand that land is a valuable resource that can be worked for better empowerment across the board, including for the community, and find ways, come up with programs where we make this community land work for everybody. Affirmative action funds, awareness and, on the affirmative action funds, which we've been doing with the WeHub, strengthening sector-specific frameworks and intervention to promote supply chain linkages, particularly for women-owned businesses. And I think that's what AGPO is trying to do, getting women into the supply chains, but we definitely have to address this issue of how, I know the AGPO, how AGPO is definitely going to be talked about, but government, why aren't you paying people? It's terrible. There are people who have sworn, they cannot do business with government. Kwanza county government, and we've got to ask ourselves, because I believe that this is a value issue. It's something that is rooted in the value system, that you can actually take services and labor from people and feel nothing about paying them. It is wrong. And the government, we need to have an honest discussion with county governments and with our government in general. Not only that, when you're taking from vulnerable groups, you've created a project, you've created a mechanism for vulnerable groups to be integrated, and then they're the ones you're robbing. By the way, it is theft. It is theft. In the private sector, if you go to a company and you provide services and they don't pay, you can sue them. But now even government, where are you going to sue them? They don't even observe court orders. It is a very big problem, but it's a values issue. Because when you look at the crisis of pending bills in this country, it is unconscionable. And we need to have a conversation with ourselves as Kenyans. Why is this happening? Why would government procure goods for which it does not have resources? Because governments operate on budgets. They budget, so that money is there. So it means somebody is taking this money, and why are they doing something about it? Of course, monitoring, evaluation, and information frameworks to enhance gender equality and justice, centering women in government's digitization. Now we have gone digital. So that's another gap, because there's a gender gap in the digital space. So we need to get women in there. So building coalitions of the willing, engaging with the geopolitical dynamics, because we don't operate in isolation. There are so many things that are happening. We are literally a global village. So we cannot be ignorant of what is happening in the global arena. Like now, when you look at the cost of living, one of the things that's driving it is our falling shilling, against the dollar. Our balance of trade is very badly skewed. We import more than we export. So if the things that are coming into the market are imported, and our trade is in dollars, everything is just going to shoot up, So we have to look at how the geopolitical dynamics are affecting us, and be well informed to be able to have interventions, or even to listen when government is making intervention and say, those are not the kind of interventions that we need. We must look at post-pandemic triggers, because we still have, Kenyans, I think somebody said Kenyans are just traumatized people. We do not actually address our trauma as Kenyans. Right now, you can't even believe that we went through elections and we are finished. We are still in the electoral cycle. People are still claiming this, that, and the other, rooted in elections. We don't know how to resolve our issues. We need to have better interventions in addressing our mental and psychological health issues. And then, of course, philanthropists. We need to, I think as civil society, we need to start working with philanthropists, local philanthropists. But I think they fear the civil society sector, because we also focus on governance issues, and even them, they have some governance issues. So hawataki kumulikwa, but we do need to start having better partnerships. Of course, advocacy-centered and collaborative research, which is what we have been supporting us for. In fact, we have carried out the research and we disseminate this research. In fact, on gender responsive budgeting at county level, we have been able to disseminate the information, train women on how to assess budgets for their gender responsiveness. We have one of the champions here from Muranga. I can't see in the dark, but Regina is there. She's a champion in Muranga. They have done so much in terms of ensuring that women in the community are empowered in terms of gender responsive budgeting and participating at local level, supporting women entrepreneurs by creating an enabling business environment, lobbying for a review of the Public Finance Management Act to have mandatory clauses that speak to gender responsive budgeting. So when the budget policy statement is issued, gender responsive budgeting should be a requirement, you know, not the haphazard way. And we've been trying to do this for years. From the time of with the professor in the Collaborative Center for Gender and Development with Ondiek, you remember when we would go to the directorship, to the Ministry of Planning, which was the Department of Planning. When we walked in, he would be like, oh, gender has come, gender has come. We've been having this conversation for far too long. Governments must walk the talk. They have been saying that they do want to have gender responsive budgeting. It's a shame that countries like Rwanda have borrowed from Kenya and are implementing. They have a gender monitoring office to which all ministry, departments, and agencies of government must submit their budgets for assessment on their gender responsiveness before they can be approved. And I think we need to push for that. Of course, solutions to addressing gender-based violence, like zero tolerance, you know, maybe we should just call it assault, because maybe gender-based violence makes it seems like a very exotic thing. But assault is a criminal act, you know, and it should not be okay for women to be assaulted. And then, of course, we need to skill women on lifelong experiences in formal and informal spaces. We really need to skill up. I mean, there are so many things. This world changes like in the blink of an eye. And what you thought you know, you find now it becomes old. Every time, every day, you find you are becoming more analog. We need to move women with the times. So we need to have trainings on how to skill women. Yeah. Of course, we need a legal and policy environment that monitors economic justice and rights of women and protects women's interests, including access to decent work. I mean, I was appalled to see that county governments were proposing to pay ECD workers 6,000 shillings. Was it 6,000 or 8,000 shillings? 6,000. Imagine, government was planning how they are going to pay people less than minimum wage that they have set. You know, what are you going to do with that? And there's people sitting down somewhere and thinking that that's okay. You know, and we really need to talk about this. You know, a living wage. You know, looking at what the cost of living is, the cost of housing and everything. I mean, it's unconscionable that people continue to live in houses. You're paying rent, you don't have running water. You pay for rent, you pay for toilet, you pay for water. I mean, that's not decent. They're not living in dignity. Gender responsive policies on property ownership, land tenure, and irrigation. We need to address that. The policies on the involvement of women in conflict resolution. Gosh, Resolution 1325, it is just spoken of. State of the nation. President is supposed to tell us what measures have been taken towards implementing their international obligations. Atuskiangiyo, UN Women, because you guys fund governments, you are not funding civil society to write shadow reports. Civil society, to meingizwa box, we go and help government to write government reports. We need to desegregate again, and we need to start holding government accountable. So we need to do those shadow reports. We need to hold government to account. Policies on gender responsive contract farming to avoid food and nutrition insecurity. But on this one, we've actually made some progress, because one of the participants at the forum was WeConnect, who are buyers, you know, for many of these multinational companies. And one of the areas that we found is that women are not able to produce to quality standards, you know? So we need to start working on producing to quality. And I think this is a problem that we also need to talk about as Kenyans, because we have juakalirized everything. These days, I saw somebody tweeting one time and saying, it's very unfortunate these days in Kenya, nobody does excellence. People don't do excellence. You know that there are certain standards for you to be able to access certain markets. They have standards, quality standards, from farm to fork or farm to factory. They have certain quality standards. And we cannot be expecting people to lower their standards at it because we want to just continue doing things shagala bagala. So part of even skilling women is to be able to build our capacity to produce, not just at scale, but quality and quantity, consistent. Why is China have taken over? You know them, they have everything. If you want shagala bagala, they have for you. If you want excellence, they have for you. They can produce at scale in a blink of an eye. And so they're taking over markets. So we've got to understand what we are working in. You know, they'll come here, they'll set up factories, they have machineries, they're able to do things. We are still working in very inconvenient and, you know, we're just not upping our game. We need to up our game. We cannot call for access and at the same time we're not willing to meet the standards that are required to access that space. So we have two organizations that are willing to work with women to help build capacity to access. Like there are some, we are actually doing that with WeHub. We are working with 17 collectives from 13 counties, but even just on things like packaging, because they have product. But if you see the product, even you wouldn't want to buy. The way it is packaged, it looks like it was picked up from here. And you're like, now, if you take this to somebody, who is going to buy? Because the first thing you're going to ask yourself, Kwanza, where was this made? So you know it is like those njugus we see on the road. And then you see a video on WhatsApp at CG, they are washed with acid. So of course you're looking and you're like, ooh, you know, we may be eating poison, you know. So how, you know, how we produce, how we produce things, how we package them, you know, how we brand them, all those things. And Kirdi, we've been working with Kirdi, we've been working with the University of Nairobi and all, to build Kenya National Bureau of Standards, KIE, Kenya Industrial Estate, really to help the women and the women groups understand that. Because, you know, I live where there are people who sell very many things. And sometimes I drive past those mamas with omena, but you know, you are just looking at the dust. You're looking at where that food is being sold and you are asking yourself very many questions. Or where the fish is being ninied, and you're like, hey, you know. And then these are the same things that we want to integrate into supply chain. It's not going to happen. China will come, they'll set up a factory, they'll clean, they'll package, they'll what. Even that your omena, you will find it in the supermarket. Yours is not moving, but it's because of how we do things. So we need to, you know, up our game. Policies on seed and plant varieties and plant breeders' rights to protect our indigenous food varieties and agricultural biodiversity. This is a problem. By the way, this is a constitutional requirement in our constitution, in the Bill of Rights. The government has an obligation to protect our indigenous seed varieties. But our government has gone ahead to approve GMOs. There's a law that was enacted, I think in 2014, that outlaws seed saving. And what are we doing about it? Because that's a threat to food security, but you know, it's a global issue. It's a global issue because it's about control. So some of these conversations, we must have them, but of course we will run into headwinds, but we need a Kenya that works for Kenyans. We don't want Kenya that works for who, you know. So these are conversations that we need to have because it's also an economic issue. Because see, we knew, when we were growing up, you didn't eat your seed. See, as soon as your harvest came in, what was the first thing they did? They set aside the seed for the next harvest. Now, we have a law that says if you do that, there is an inspector who can come and tell you that you have broken the law. How is this even possible? Because we are supposed to go to Agrovet for every harvest. See, every planting season, right? If not, utasema ulitoa hiyo mbegu wapi. Yeah? This is a problem because like now when it's GMOs, they are patented. If at the end of the day, all our seeds are GMOs, somebody can just decide, like I was watching a video where they were talking about, it's a Zimbabwean man, and he was talking about now a kilo of the tomato seed in Europe is thousands of euros, you know? It's about control. So these are serious conversations we should have. You know me, for me, I'm always happy to have politically incorrect conversations, because those are the ones that will help us. And UN Women, we will have these conversations with you. You'll just go and say it is the women of Kenya who are saying. And then, of course, policies geared towards resource mobilization, allocation, and utilization for gender and climate justice. I know this is something else. Then, of course, key challenges faced by women collectives in accessing finance, lack of awareness and knowledge on affirmative action funds. So since this conference, we've actually, even before, we've had several meetings with women to inform them about the different funds, the credit guarantee scheme, the WEF, the WESO funds. Even Beatrice, as she's telling you that she's a beneficiary of Hustler Fund, it's because we test those funds so that we are able to tell the women it is working, you can access it. Ministry, WEF haina do, tumekuwa tukijaribu kupata, imeanza kutoa pesa, it's not giving money, haitoi pesa. So you must tell us what is happening, because the president, we were at the International Women Day meeting where the USSD was launched, but we have been trying to get women to nini, but it's not. We were told haina pesa for now. We know that now the financial year is in, so we hope that Itanza could dispense money. In fact, there's a lot of excitement because of the lack of bureaucracy. So we hope that it will be driven fast. Of course, there is also the gap, even, helping women on how to fill in those forms to access. We've been doing that with WeHub. Winnie here is a very committed sharer of information. The women get all the information that they need, including the forms are sent to them. Please apply, make sure you apply. Professor Wanjiku Kabera, anytime there is funds, we are sent for the information, we send to the women, and we help them access those funds. Then, of course, there's the issue of defaulting of loans. People, we are encouraging them to pay, but also there's the issue of the way our economy is performing. That's definitely an issue. Lack of proper records, so that we are addressing. We have our program on I've even forgotten what it's called. What is our program called? The READ program. Yes, we have the FIDICA program where women are trained on how to keep proper records. Because proper record keeping is also important for you to be able to access financing. You can't just walk to a bank and say, hey, I have my business, give me money. They'll be like, hey, where is your business? What are you doing? Do you have any records to show that you have been in business for some time? Nanini. So we are actually training. We've trained them and we continue to train them on this. Lack of registration certificate. So we've been working on that to get them registered. State Department of Gender, please help us. Before the Directorate of Gender was very efficient, but there seems to be some issues around, getting things done quickly, efficiently. The government must be more nimble.
I think it is this digitalization that is confusing. Like now, WEF has come to a standstill because of digitalization. Then at one time they stopped registration for a certain period of groups.
Yes.
Groups. Now it has been opened, but then it is supposed to be done online. It is also very complicated, especially for women from the grassroots who don't even have network.
So they have to go to, there's even one group, I think the nearest place they go is 600. Yes, 500 kilometers. Can you imagine? You go 500 kilometers, you hear the system is down, and you have traveled 2 days to get there. So we need government to also be more nimble in being able to facilitate those registrations, but we are working with them to do that. Cultural and social barriers, including men's attitudes towards chamas. That's another one. Women borrow money, the men take the money to go and do their own things. Lack of digital literacy. This is actually a problem. And so even as government is digitizing, that's the other thing. Kenya Kwanza promised that there was going to be national free access, free internet, Wi-Fi. Hiyo haifanyiki. And we have seen the Starlink these days. So government will tell us how, because in some areas network is a problem, but also the literacy levels for the women in terms of even being able to navigate that space. So those are some of the areas, okay? And then, of course, we also facilitate registration of women collectives and streamline access to these funds by enhancing accountability and ensuring the funds reach the intended beneficiaries, which I believe WEF has done now. That's good. So because we've seen that has been done. Involving women in decision-making from the grassroots levels, I think there's an effort to make that happen. Mainstream the funds from national level to grassroots level to ensure equitable distribution of financial resources. It's happening. So we are happy that the ministry partnered with us on this, and we've seen the movement in that. So even just that digitization, removal of that bureaucracy and everything, it is good. So now we are working on ensuring that we tell them, mukipata pesa mulipe. Don't just go and try and register another SIM card, And then education on tax compliance. Now this is another thing. There's a lot of resistance to formalization of businesses because of taxation. And you guys are not making it easier for us when now you want to tax everything. So we need to have a conversation with government, with KRA on tax regimen. We did make our recommendations to the Finance Act with regards to taxation, but some of those issues were not carried, but it's a conversation we must continue to have. We are encouraging movement building, joining lobby groups, advocacy for sector-specific interventions on women's economic empowerment, women in extractives, the need for more robust capital injection due to the nature of the industry. We are very happy. Mr. President yesterday in Taita Taveta said they're going to make mining certificates available to just ordinary Kenyans. That is good because we do have women in the mining sector. And Taveta, there's a very robust mining industry that has been run by cartels. And so making those certificates, the mining certificates available to ordinary groups can help women organize around that. So we are definitely going to follow up on that commitment of the president and work with the Association of Women in Mining to make sure that even those small scale women, miners and all, really get access. But not only that, in Africa, we always complain. Oh, multinationals are the ones that are coming, they're exploiting our resources and everything. How many of you in here are wearing genuine gold jewelry? How many of you are wearing genuine gold? Yani, this your twinkle twinkle. It's bling bling. It's real, it's genuine gold, genuine silver, real gemstones. How many here? Okay, so you see, that's also part of the problem. Because, when you go to Europe and guys are buying this stuff, So we also need to start marketing. I love it when I go to Tanzania. When you walk into their hotels, they have displayed, they've got Tanzanite, all their gems, they are selling them there, and they've got fantastic jewelry and everything, and they're making it available. So we also have to market our products, and we must buy them. If we tell the beers, and then we don't want you guys anywhere near our diamonds, everybody will go broke. Who has even diamonds here? As we complain about them exploiting our diamonds. You go to Brussels, there's a whole city. It's just diamonds, and guys are buying. There's a diamond exchange. Guys are buying because there's a market. So we need to also start thinking about that. Yeah? You go to Dubai, there's a gold souk. People go there and they buy. Here, you go to Makalda. See, you've been to Makalda in Migori. They mine gold. They're real. It's very rudimentary, but it's gold, real gold. It's there, but who's buying? It's the Chinese who are there. It's not us. So we must also, have our value chains. Yeah, we must stop complaining. We must have and support those value chains, right? Because it does not matter if we produce our jewelry, Our government is not marketing, because for me, every time I'm in our duty free, I look for Kenyan products, maybe tea, maybe a kiondo or something, but where are our products? We don't have any of our jewelry. We don't have any of our minis. You go to these Arab countries, they have their perfumes, they have their creams, they have their, you know, there's shea butter comes from Africa. There's nowhere else where shea butter comes from. But you're not going to find shea butter or products made of shea butter in our duty free or in our shops. If you find it's made by L'Oreal, it's made by Kerry, it's made by all these foreign firms. So we've got to also start thinking, how are we going to produce? Because we are a big market. But you don't want to wear your local perfume. It's made by Kenya. No, I want Gucci. So we need to start also appreciating our things. So if there's jewelry to be made, don't go buy this other, buy and build Kenya. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. Tailoring financial products and services towards women as opposed to generic underwriting. I think government is trying that. Leveraging technology to counteract administration, government is doing that. Collaborate with other women-friendly institutions in the communities to leverage on goodwill and act as intermediaries. Reengineering the Women's Enterprise Fund to rework the interest rates and redesign turnaround times for repayment. Yeah, even Hustler Fund, but 14 days. You know, like seriously, we need to start thinking about turnaround time, even interest rates. You know, government goes complaining how internationally they have, Africa has to borrow at higher interest rates. But look at the interest rates in Kenya. For me, I often say, banking in Kenya is just legalized loan sharking because the interest rates are high. I've had the privilege of living and working in Europe. I mean, guys, you're getting mortgage at 2%, you know, from the bank. You walk in, yeah, you're told 35%. Ukisikia 15%, that's a deal, you know, and it's exploitative, you know. We need to have a conversation about access to finance and the interest rates that are needed. Why do we want to make a killing on the spot, you know? So we need to talk about that. And then encourage women to take risks. Women need to be better risk takers, sensitize women on their rights to land ownership, create awareness of government. This is now women in agriculture. Create awareness on government incentives, address law on seed and plant varieties. We definitely need to do that. Gender responsive agricultural policies to address issues of contract farming, innovate measures to address post-harvest losses, which is crazy in Kenya. On the produce, it's like what, 70%. On grain, it's 40%. On fresh produce, it's 70%. Post-harvest loss, and you don't even need to go far. Just go here, the road to Emali. There's about 2 kilometers of people selling nyanyas and onions. And it is hot, and their best effort at marketing is running after vehicles. We know tomatoes have a shelf life of how long? At most. Even let's stretch it and call it a week. That is pure losses that you're seeing there. Nobody is thinking of value addition. Collect all those nyanyas, make tomato puree, make tomato sauce. Instead, we are importing tomato puree from Italy. We are needing tomato sauce from Heinz. And, you know, even our restaurants, our distribution centers, you are not going to go to any restaurant or hotel in the US and not find them using their products. Come to Kenya, we are using Heinz and Tabasco and whatever. Our restaurants should be our distribution networks, distributing Kenyan products made in Kenya. So we need to start making demands also. But then we must also produce quality, consistent quality, and quantity. So these are things that we need to look at. Promote urban farming practices, targeting vulnerable women in urban informal settlements. Actually, we launched a program post-conference. We do have one in Nairobi where we are actually doing urban farming in collaboration with KCDF. And so we will invite you to come and see our urban, and Kabisa, it's urban because we're doing in Kamkunji, Dagoretti, North, Starehe constituency, and Kibra. So we will invite you to come and see our urban farms. Undertake activities such as land restoration and agroforestry to increase agricultural productivity, which we are also doing in Kamkunji. Lobby for gender responsive agricultural policies that address issues on contract. Oh, I said that. Train women on climate smart agriculture, voices for climate action. We're doing that. And yeah, I've talked about Nini. Harnessing the power of technology, bring the voices of women into politics through developing responsive policies, develop basic tools that are affordable and accessible and user-friendly for women, partner with service providers to ensure their services and products reach remote areas and provide incentives to women to encourage them to innovate. On responsive budgeting, I think some of these things I've talked about, reviewing the PFM to include a clause on gender responsive budgeting, State Department of Gender to champion the amendment to that clause for GRB, collect disaggregated data, you know, and analyze it from the perspective of gender in government's prioritized sectors. And these are the prioritized according to the plan: agriculture, MSME, housing, settlement, healthcare, digital, creative economy, and utilize it in all sector budgeting. Encourage active participation of marginalized women and men in the budgeting process by breaking down information pertaining to budgeting in language they can understand. Many of them are not willing to go for public participation because they bring jargon. And not only jargon, they bring terms at last minute, and people are like just being bypassed by information. Ensure ministries, departments, and agencies of government are equipped to implement gender responsive budgeting. Include an audit of gender responsive budgeting as part of the independent offices in the Controller of Budgets Office and the Auditor General, part of the audit exercise. Government to establish gender barriers in the 10 sectors of the economy and come up with programs to encourage women's participation in male-dominated sectors. All the money that goes to MDAs should support implementation of special targets under the SDGs, civil society organizations to support counties with monitoring and evaluation, and the National Gender and Equality Commission to be given the authority to enforce implementation of gender responsive budgeting across the board. So that is the outcome report of the conference, and we will be following through on ensuring. So Florence, tutakuwa hapa kwa hapa na nyinyi tukihakikisha that mnafuata, and where it is difficult, we keep saying use our voices, because we know you can't be in there and complain, but you can let us know where the challenges are and we can raise our voices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. That is not enough. Let's all stand for that nice report. And I want to believe it reflects what took place in that conference. We want to give Daisy a big fruit that looks like her dress. Can you all, a watermelon, can you, like this, like this? Now get the watermelon, get it, okay, slice it, slice it. Now let's hand her, let's hand her. Thank you very much. You can have a seat. We are now going to have the next session, which is the priority agenda. And most of it has been covered by Daisy, so we will just gloss over it. I am going to present it, and I'm not very good in technology, but I am learning very fast. And Verona is coming in handy. Otherwise, thank you. As Daisy was talking, I remember that there was a time I went to Hague. We went to Hague and we visited the municipality. And now they introduced, we were from many countries, and the person who was taking us around introduced us to the person who was in charge of the planning in the ministry. it was a municipality, yeah. And one thing that he said was, is there any Kenyan here? And I raised my hand. Do you know, we are the best, we are the first exporters of roses, but we don't plant a single one in Kenya, in Netherlands. We are the best exporters of mangoes, but we don't have a single tree. And it was like, he was being very proud, and me, I felt like going under the table. You know, it's such a shame that those people are the ones who are doing marketing. And Daisy, you remember when we were doing the constitution, we went every village telling people how we have to have markets in every county, and why we are bringing marketing to county government so that they can open markets and they can have their own markets so that they can export. How many counties are exporting? That's a story for another day. So we want to look at the women's priority agenda. Women economic empowerment, University of Nairobi, we have. The priority agenda for women's economic empowerment is investing in women for economic recovery and building back better. These priorities, we came up with them so that they guide the women, so that whenever when other people are negotiating for what they have to get from government, we women know what we are negotiating for, and we have our priorities, and we have them right. I will move very fast because most of these things were said by Daisy. So, aims and objectives of the priority agenda. One, it is to foster a sustainable national framework that brings together women entrepreneurs, women organizations, women leaders and partners from county and national levels for sharing, learning, and policy advocacy, like what we are doing here. The other one is to create space for women entrepreneurs and network of women entrepreneurs to dialogue with policymakers, financial institutions, and other stakeholders for we. We have been doing that, and that is why you had, when Daisy was talking, she has a lot of information of the discussions that have been going on. The other one is to build consensus and ownership of the we agenda at the county and national level. We have a number of them, and number one is participation of women in the economy and leadership positions. So in this one, the objective is to advocate for affirmative action in employment, in economic sectors, and in the implementation of not more than 2/3 gender rule in elective and appointive leadership positions, something that we have been doing for the last, from when the constitution was passed. But we want to believe, with the help of our EPOCS, Madam, you are listening, Florence. Yeah, that in the next 3 months, we might be having at most 1 year. So, and number two is access to government procurement opportunities. And the objective of this is to advocate for a legal framework on access to government procurement opportunities, that is AGPO, to ensure that the valuable groups enjoy quality value from the program. Daisy has alluded to this, and we know that the government has made the necessary efforts coming up with the legislation. We know it draws that from the constitution, but it is still wanting. So we have made it our second priority. And then the third one is affirmative action funds. To advocate for improved and effective uptake of the existing national government affirmative action funds. We have GAP, we have WEP, we have Youth Fund, we have UWEZO, we have put GAP twice, and then we have AGPO, and we have CDS and financial inclusion funds. So we have all these funds, and women are still poor. What is happening? Why is there no uptake? And we have said that probably we need to look and have a conversation on this, because as they are designed, are they serving the people? GAP, pesa ya women rep. Sasa kama wewe hauko right na women rep, haupati. AGPO, you take a loan from Chama, you go supply 3 years down the line, you have to write where you are getting them. and then you have to bring when you are getting your money. So what is it benefiting? We have to have a conversation. CGS, the banks are talking about it, but whenever women go to our banks, we they get it. It is something that we are still saying that we need a conversation. We have started, but we are not yet there. Then we also have access to business finance for women, women's enterprises. This the objective, that's the agenda, the adaptability to advocate for a comprehensive and specific legislation that supports allocation of more resources to women's enterprises. That is what Daisy was talking about. Why can't we have a bank that is just, we women are very good bankers. We have all our chamas and all that. You will find that all the banks are running after this. But now when it comes to giving women money, they want to give other people. So can we have a place where we can have our resources? Then priority agenda number 5 is formalization of women's businesses. The objective is to advocate for formalization of women's enterprises, 85% of which are in the informal sector, for greater growth and for the economy and access to facilities. We have is doing this as a pilot project they have 17 projects across the country in 13 counties, and this is where we have incubation, where we want to take women from doing their businesses informally to registering them and also to do value addition. And the projects are moving well, although a bit slow, because we want them to learn in the process. The other agenda number 6 is social protection through economic stimulus programs during pandemic and economic crisis for cushioning and economic recovery. This was during the resources that was set aside by government, and we know that during that time we had the Kazi Mtaani, we had money that was given to women to cushion them. So the objective here is to advocate for economic stimulus programs that are gender responsive, which take into account the needs of women, girls, men, and boys. The pandemic taught us a lot of lessons because we were not ready, we were not prepared, and it caught everybody off guard. And although the country tried, you find that some of the cushions that were put in place actually were not gender responsive. Like now, the Kazi, everybody was going to unblock drains and all that. Some women were pregnant, others had babies on their backs, but they needed this money. So you find that they were left out. Then people with disability, most of them missed out in for these opportunities because the kind of work that they were doing, they were not able to do. So we have said that it is an area that we need to have conversation and we prioritize because at that particular time we also learned that the youth in this country can do a good job because we saw what they did with very little money, and we are hoping that the counties can even borrow from that, and it will create employment for the youth. If it is, and then it is an idea that was borrowed, although they didn't say it. I think it was borrowed from a report that was done by African Women Research Center when we were doing food security, where we had also proposed that the very poor families or the very vulnerable families be given a chance for a number of months or a number of days in every year where they are engaged by government and given some resources that will help their family to cushion them from severe hunger. Then agenda 6B is the National Health Insurance Fund. The objective is to push for fast tracking of the implementation of the universal health care because this one comes in very handy for women, especially the young mothers. Then we have agenda 6C, which is support to the education sector. This has talked a bit about it. And then we have 6D, which is to ensure instance, such as those in land widows, eviction due to customary laws or gender-based violence. With that, I say thank you. Thank you for clapping for me, and I want to invite my other colleague now to come and tell us about art.
I don't know if you are all keen because I want to take you through numbers and statistics. Yes, I usually by default get presentations that entail numbers and statistics. So are we all there? Winfred, tuko pamoja? Regina? Winnie Maru? Okay, sawa. Just give me a minute. I think a lot has been said about the priority agenda, the Women Economic Forum, and the way forward. But now we want to talk about AGPO, and we want to see, has it been, with the numbers and figures, has it really worked for women? And is there improvement or a reduction? So AGPO, it has around 30% reservation on all contracts. Pardon? Okay, it is 30% reservation on all contracts, and this one is for uptake for the less advantaged groups, which comprise of women, youth, and persons with disability. And this was launched in 2013 by His Excellency Mwai Kibaki at that time. Yes. Yes, it was Mwai Kibaki at that time, and AGPO is led by the government and the public procurement, and is among the important government programs, which is to advance self-employment, economic opportunities for the less advantaged, and hence there needs to be affirmative. Look at those figures. That's why I said I'll be talking about numbers. We can see from 2015 all the way to 2020. When we look at the bottom part, we see the percentages. They have been fluctuating from 50%, 48%, 42, 51, and averagely we have a percentage of around 48%. This is AGPO reserved versus the amounts that had been awarded. So as we move forward, we look at the coverage of AGPO. This one is at various counties. We find that Nairobi takes the giant share, as always, at 76% of the total registered firms getting these funds. And then it is followed by Mombasa at 6%. Then we have Kiambu at 5%. Then we have Nakuru and Uasin Gishu at 2%. And then Kisumu, Kajiado, Kitui, and Nyeri all at 1%. Note that from the economic survey, further notes that 26% of women receive the funds, the total amount that was reserved in 2019-2020 fiscal year. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics in 2020. And then while state agencies and ministries, they're doing something about it. But at county level, we have the uptake at around 12%. If you compare with the one at ministries and state departments is at 84%. That is between the 5-year period that we are talking about. And then if you have a picture, this is the current statistics at 2020-2021, where we have that small piece, that small triangle there is what is being given for AGPO, the uptake as per now, which is 17%. So 17% is way below. It is? 17. Yes, it is 17% of the 30. So if you look at that disparity, it is way below. So it means that there is still much more that needs to be done, and we have highlighted ways in which this can be done by Daisy and Beatrice. And then these are the number of companies. So this is where we are having the reduction. And there are a few things that were highlighted as reasons by Daisy. In 2015, 2018, you see the numbers were at 104. 2018, 2019, they were at 42. That is like a 59, almost a 60% drop. Then when we look at 2019, 2020, it is at 24,000. If you look at the shift, 104 to around 24,000, it means there is a reduction in firms registering for AGPO. So as we move on, this is the number of tenders versus the tender awarded. As you can see, the tenders were awarded between 2015 and 2016. They are almost, if you see the 17,349, the numbers are not so bad. And if you move all the way to 2019 and 2020, it's almost at par. Now this is for registered and certified enterprises. Registered and certified. So when you look at youth enterprises, it's at 37.47%. We look at women, which is at 58.2%. Then we look at persons with disability, it's at 4.34%, who have registered the lowest registered and certified enterprises. And there are a few things that were also mentioned. We find that these AGPO certified enterprises, some of them front themselves as the directors are either women, youth, or persons with disability, but those behind the company itself are not youth, women, or persons with disability. Now the requirements for AGPO, a certificate of incorporation, business registration certificate, partnership deed, PIN and VAT certificate, a tax compliance certificate, just the normal things. The part that now we have major issues is there are additional requirements per sector. So we have, for example, in the construction category, there needs to be a letter from the National Construction Authority. There also needs to be registration, which has a fee attached to it. Then we also have the Energy Regulatory Authority and other authorized public technical bodies, which also make it difficult for people to access these reserved funds, reserved tenders. Now, the challenges that come about, we have the systematic exclusion. We look at the website itself, it is not really inclusive. It's not possible for women to actually navigate it easily and get information. Some of the information that these women need is not like clearly outlined for them and how they can find it. Financial challenges, as mentioned, you might have a tender, but you do not have the finances, and even accessing them is not easy. Beatrice talked about them. We have corruption and nepotism, with Kenya being very notorious for this in all its arms of government, and they say billions are lost every year. Every day, I think it's every day. Daily, yeah, billions are being lost daily. So I'm imagining how much we would lose in a year, and if we actually really need to borrow funds from those other entities that we borrow from. Then there's the challenges from the procurement law and challenges faced by the AGPO Secretariat. This is just things that I've summarized, because out of all these challenges, if they are broken down, they are all highlighted by both Beatrice and Daisy. So there are proposals that have been placed across. We have the regulations. So we need to have regulations to make it mandatory to have disaggregated data. So this one is to support and be able to enable us to carry out affirmative action. Then in cooperation, make sure that the tender evaluation committees have at least 3 disadvantaged groups represented there, and then create and enforce mechanisms for compliance with the procurement law. That is those touching on provisions bearing the reservation and preferences. Moving forward, we also have the law should require public procurement staff to when they are undertaking these things, they must make sure that they are undertaking the legal framework governing preference and reservations. They understand the objectives and purposes of the preferences and reservations, apply the general principles of preferences, categorize procurement for the purposes of allocation to targeted groups in accordance with the Constitution and the procurement and regulation. And finally, green marketing is a practice where companies seek to go above and beyond the traditional norms. How do we reduce barriers to entry? Like, for example, the registration fee, as I mentioned. If you want to be part of Apple, you have to get these certificates. An example was the one for NCA, but the disadvantaged groups should get the waiver. There is a 50,000 registration fee. And then we need to phase out registration, as I've mentioned, NCA. If you're already in Apple, there should not be a need to again have this registration under NCA, especially for those technical tenders. Then at sub-county level, there needs to be public education and should be designed at sub-county level to increase capacities and potentials of applicants. These are mainly those people at grassroots level who are able to provide provide services and products to the county government. They need to have this education. Credit access. They should create a secured credit access system. An example is the credit guarantee scheme. Application supervision, AGPO board to supervise applications, provide governance and deal with emerging issues. Any issues that arise, they are able to take care of immediately. And then this one is also to create peer learning spaces, and this would be a request to the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action to convene peer learning groups. And this is to bring together stakeholders, women groups, development partners, and leading firms, that is in the fields. For example, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers with a focus on women in manufacturing. Minimize working in silos or silo operations. So this is to ensure that all affirmative action funds work together but not in isolation. And then petitions, stakeholders should petition the parliament to consider pattern or practice probe. This one also is to take care of the corruption claims that are being placed, and with the intent to show systematic discriminatory practices and violations of the law. So this one is to ensure that the procurement processes are followed and we avoid corruption and there is accountability. So there are also some things on administration. So we need to build the capacity of AGPO staff. This is to enable them be able to guide applicants effectively, bring about transparency. This is especially in registration of the firms, and this is to curb the exploitation of the genuinely disadvantaged groups. As I've mentioned, company executive directors are the youth, women, and person with disability, but the force driving it is not from any of those groups. And then resourcing, enhance the staffing and resourcing at the AGPO Secretariat. Communication plan should be also created. This is to allow for information to reach everyone, even at the grassroots level, whether it is urban, rural areas where women are located and are working, are doing businesses. And this plan must be actionable and mandatory for all accounting officers within AGPO. So coordination as well. We need to strengthen coordination among government ministries and departments and have them be involved in the implementation of AGPO. So this one is also to minimize the working in silos and create synergy in this area. So first come, first serve. This one is on the pending payments. As mentioned previously, there are those who suffered a lot. I think Elizabeth said something on that, and she said that there are those who really suffered, but there are those also whose lives were changed by this. So this spending should be prioritized with emphasis on the oldest payments to be done first, once they have been verified and confirmed. And then we need to publish data. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics need to publish data that follows affirmative action paradigm. And that is size of the firm, value of contracts, number of employees, taxes paid, new output generated, fiscal multipliers of the program. This must all have data that can enable affirmative action and also provide areas in which more advocacy needs to be done. And then demonstrate gender diversity. This is provided for in the Constitution, but now it needs to be pushed so that it works even in the technical tenders that are more into the technical services, especially those that are looked at as areas where women cannot operate, but they also have the capacity. The Ministry of Public Service and Affirmative Action should endeavor to create a tender board website where all tenders are put in one system so that they can easily access it, and also ensure that technology that is used is friendly even for the ladies and women in the mashinani. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Na yeye tumpatie nini? Wasimame. Let's stand. Let's stand. And we want to sing one of our nursery school song. Head, shoulders, knees, and everybody must do it. I'm watching. Diana, get enough space so that you can remind of yourself of when you were in nursery school. Okay, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes. Eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Oh, that was practicing. Now do it again. And very fast. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes. Eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Now let's give Melona roses. Let's first make them. Let them rose. Oh, we pick them. We open them so that they blossom. Let's now throw them to her. Thank you very much. We are now going to have the next presenter on the experiences of women with disability. Welcome to the floor. Because there are people who are watching. Just tell her there are people who are watching on the. So you need a. I need a mic. Yes. I give you. Yes. How should you stand there? Yeah. Yeah.
I am the speaker, not me. Okay.
Okay.
It's not me who is the speaker. Josephine is the speaker. I am only her voice for now.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Under the deaf women, I am happy to be a woman with disability, and we have partnered together with my colleague Rahab Kimatu, who will be coming in. She's under the Federation of Women of Deaf Women Empowerment Network. She's going to be coming here. Yeah, she's there. She has stood there. Thank you. Okay. We are happy today because most of the times we have been invited, yes. We come for a forum like this one. We are just invited to just come and listen. And then after we are done, we eat and then we go. But for today, we are really proud because we have been given a recognition to come and do a presentation on issues of persons with disability. And for this program, I want to really thank you. I want to thank you, Daisy, Crown Trust. Thank you for trusting us with this and giving us an opportunity. I remember there were some challenges, yes, because of the representation. And now that we are here, we thank you and also for listening to us. So right now, we want to share just a few experiences that we have been having with women with disabilities and women with disabilities have been facing. So number one, we also have a disability which are different, you know, with the challenges that we have been having, the differences from the women who do not have disabilities, because we're all women, but we have some challenges that we have. So like us, we are additional, we have more challenges. But we are not asking for sympathy for us. We want to be included in the system and in the society so that we can move together like all other women, because I'm a woman, first of all. I carried a baby for 9 months, the same way the other women had, with the same challenges the other women had. It's the same that I had. Caring for my child, it was the same thing. So we are all women and we are equal. So taking and also taking our spaces. So I want to thank you for this opportunity. So the experiences that the women with disability have been facing in Kenya, economic empowerment, I have the work that you have been doing and the challenges. So this presentation will be shedding light on the challenges that the women with disabilities have been facing in Kenya. I am just running. Right. That's okay. Uh-huh.
No, go back. No, the other one is better. The other one is better.
You know, technology issue, technology, face, your beautiful face. If you focus only on the written and also the phone, it will make me feel like I am alone. So because I cannot hear, I will assume like maybe you're not hearing me. So maybe I need to see your faces so that I can imagine you're moving together. Thank you. Allow me to just give me a few minutes so that we can move in together. Thank you. Yes, this is how we do yes. That's the sign for yes. Yes, thank you. And if it's something nice, you just clap for me like that. If you see something nice, we are okay? Thank you. All right. So the introduction to my presentation, it was this presentation is aimed to just share with you and shed light on persons with disabilities challenges and women economic empowerment, on how to improve and also how to be inclusive so that we can advance together. Oh yeah, thank you. So now we as the time for census, when we had the census, we had 2.5% of the population for persons with disability. But this is something that is I would wish to just be silent on, because they didn't mention how many women with disabilities. They didn't categorize anybody. They didn't say maybe approximately. We were not sure like the numbers, how the numbers were. Like whatever we are facing on when the census was being conducted for persons with disability, would say yes, like it was counted. Which disability do you have? So there's no information that would show, because for persons who have albinism, they have it's silent data. They have never been counted in Kenya, because when they come in for census, they get the houses closed. They don't understand the sign language. If they just knock the door and there is nobody who is answering, they decide to go. So most of the deaf people were never counted during the census. So if I was there with the people, if I'm not there with anybody in the house and you come and knock in my house, I will just be surprised that you just posted something on my door and I don't know how to get you. So I just assume. So most of us were not counted. So we have been encouraging and talking with the census, the people responsible to do the census, to just do an awareness of sign language, so that when they're coming to do the counting in different places, they're able to know and they're able to communicate with us as the deaf persons. So for persons with disability, we have physical disabilities, which means we have persons using the wheelchair, we have the visually impaired, and we also have some other hidden disabilities which are not able, you cannot see them. We have also mental disabilities, and I think people have misunderstood that. They'll even say this person is mad. You have bipolar, you're just silent. So that means a person, not a person who is mad, but just somebody who has some defect with their emotions. So some kind of these disabilities, they have a limitation of work. They cannot be able to work no more like the other persons, and also even other persons with disabilities. There's also barriers, the discrimination, lack of access, or the access is very limited to education. So that is one of the things that has been discriminating us. There's a lot of discrimination. For example, persons with disabilities, like right now, the opportunities are given, they are just not given. They are given to persons who are not persons with disability. We are given like a last option, like for example, in a family of children who are going to school, first they will consider, the parent will think I need to take the child who doesn't have any disability, and then the child with disability can just rest a bit as we figure out what to do with them. So it gets late that enabling women economically. Yes, it's back. All right. On the economic empowerment, to improve all our lives to be better, and also for women with disability to be accommodated in the society. But for us, it has been, it's not the case. That's not what has been happening. We are not supported on the area of economic empowerment, the resources, the jobs, the education. We have nothing most of the time. So now, how then are we able to do this? How can our lives then be improved? How can we care for our families then? How can we not be a burden to the community? So that's what we are looking for, because there's a gap that has been there. Sometimes we are seen or looked at as beggars. Sometimes we even resort to going to thief and stealing things. But right now, it's because we didn't have the capacity that time. Before I invite Rehab to come in, I'd mention about the accessibility of AGPO. It is true the government has done something very nice, very good on the AGPO. They have included us, but how many how many of these statistics show that they are women with disability? I don't think there's any explicit number that can show that we have the women with disabilities. How many have benefited on the same? So I don't think we have the honest statistics. Maybe 0.2%, I'd say that, because it's not clear even to us and the women that we know around there. Also, we are not included on the higher level when people are making decisions. Even decisions are concerning us, they're not consulting us. So we just go meet in a meeting, we go and validate issues that have been made, and a woman with disability just being there. You know, we are the wearers of the shoes, we know where it pinch. So, and we are not being invited when these decisions are being made, maybe involving us, and sometimes to make decisions that are not benefiting us. There's no access to credit for us sometimes. We know if you need like a loan to do business, the requirements that are there, there's a big security that you need to have, the collateral that you need to come in, the security that is needed, a car logbook, or those are things that you don't have. Land or any building, sometimes you don't have. So if I come to ask, please give me or guarantee me, and just a woman, a normal woman, just see a person with disability, a woman with disability, how are they going to do that? Why should I even guarantee them? So it has been an issue accessing to loans. I want to refer to the presentation that we had previously from Daisy, the one that you had presented on women and doing business. We have the money, yes, there's the money, but accessibility on a campaign, it has been an issue. So imagine on the area of persons with disability, the poverty levels, and also a woman with disability wants to vie for a political position. You can already see the gap. You can already see how big the gap is also doing the campaign. So if you, maybe I want to become an MCA, and you need to have like 20 million. About a person with disability, a woman, a deaf person who needs to pay a sign language interpreter to go with them as they go to the ground to speak with the people. You have to, for a person who is visually impaired, they have to carry in a guide to guide them through the terrains when you are going to campaign. So for persons with disability, it's very difficult. So imagine me if I was buying for an MCA. I have children. I need money. I cannot. If I leave my children, the person I'm leaving to needs to be paid. It's a whole burden even for us. So it's difficult also to buy in for those positions. So as I continue, the limited access to build in, and also the transport options. Like for us, women with disabilities, when it is raining and the floor is not good and the movement is very difficult. So imagine I had a wheelchair. I have an umbrella, I need to move. That's a whole challenge. How do I hold the umbrella? How do I move the wheels if I don't have the automated one? And also you can imagine people when you go to the bus station, the matatu people will also, like for us, the deaf people, when you go, you just get in a matatu and maybe they were just saying it is 20. I'm deaf. Maybe I just decided to just go and start announcing the costs. You can imagine all that. So it hinders us also even for the transportation. So also on social attitude towards us, and that has on the capacity, that social discrimination has been big for us, and our capacity is very limited. I believe people have been trying to campaign, yes, they can do this, they can do that, but for us, the women with disability, implementing and also the social attitude that people have towards us has hindered us. So I will also explain on the challenges that we face on the information accessibility. For example, achieving the government information and the youth fund, the Uwezo fund. Let me just give you an example. I think it's this year when the president came to KICC to open the Women Fund. How many deaf women were there? How many accessed there? Zero, because we are the women. Or maybe there were one or two, So I saw myself and I was like, I think I saw today, I saw like it was on TV. The president had gone to launch something. So I didn't get that information how they were supposed to go in. Did they announce? Did they put it somewhere that I never found? So it's very difficult for us to access the information, especially now with technology. I imagine a woman who is in a village with disability, the poverty levels, they don't have a phone or they have the small phone. How do they access this information? Like the other person said that but you come in like in Nairobi and then you are told the system is down and you had paid an interpreter to come with you, or a person who is using a wheelchair, you feel disappointed. So you feel like you don't even want to come back because it has already wasted you and your resources. And remember, the deaf people, for us, we depend on interpreters to inform us. So if you don't meet interpreters, maybe the information was made today and the deadline is tomorrow. If you don't meet these interpreters, you might be late. You'll get the information when it is already late. So I will ask, I would want to, the person who was sent in, the madam who was sent in to come and present the CS, when you go there, maybe the policies that you're making, they are matching with the ground or the people who are the women with disability. Maybe you need to go to the ground, create awareness to the people who are out there and persons with disability, mostly like in churches, to the chief, so that we can get this information, because we have not been getting the information. Maybe what the government is doing, give them to them, and also give them a structure on how they will come and announce, because coming also here is very expensive. It makes our services very easy and accessible. We have, thank you very much. I agree. Thank you. So the next one, lack of awareness on the area of AGPO and also the tender. It's true. The last time, the former president, His Excellency Uhuru, he had announced that 30% of women, youth, and persons with disability. Now imagine women, youth, and persons with disability. So most of the organization, they decided, so each one of them, they will achieve like 10%, 10%, 10%. For persons with disability, the 10% was just an idea for a few people. And we have the deaf, we have the physically challenged, we have persons with albinism. All of them, how are we going to share? You can imagine all those categories. So most of those, like my experience, I have seen most of the people who have been given these opportunities are persons who are physically challenged, because they think the 30% will need to review it and see how to increase it, and also like having a revolving thing, because a few persons with disability have gotten those tenders through their friends. Maybe a person with disability, or you don't have a disability, you come with a certificate and AGPO, you ask for my certificate or my information. I just give you without asking, and then you go and use that. So people who are like you, Beatrice, you get the tender, you tell me, when I get the tender, I will pay you something small if I use your document. And because we are on poverty levels, I'll just give you, but when you get it, I don't get it. So for AGPO, I think most of the people that are given, or persons with disability, or the tender, they get just a little, very limited. That money will not help me. And maybe like I've gotten like 200,000. It is very small for me. Maybe you had gotten a multi-million tender through my document. So on achieving, also getting a shop to do business in the counties, the stalls that are there and the ones that are built. So the people who are coming to take them, you can imagine, maybe it was announced, a person with disability, especially the deaf people, getting information. Maybe you will come in and find, these buildings were already built and now I don't have a shop, and it had been announced and I didn't get the information. So I think the policy, maybe they need to, there's a challenge, maybe giving the information and also maybe having like a space for persons with disability, or keeping those stalls, maybe a few for persons with disability. There's also the tax waiver, or we have seen for persons with disability. For the deaf, it's very difficult to explain. We depend the information from third or fourth party. So you can imagine on TV, the sign language that has been placed there. It's very difficult to see that small box there. We have been fighting for that. Yes, they will say we are proud, we have a TV that is accessible, but the box is very small. So I have to go in and just check. What is she saying? What is he saying? If I'm far, I am not able to see. Maybe the information that was being relayed is very important. It's true. The law needs to be reviewed and also to help us access that information, maybe put in like an interpreter on a bigger box so that we can be able to see, because the essence is accessibility to information. I am able to see that and also view that TV. On the other one, I think the promotion to economic empowerment, inclusive education, and also the skills training to implement and to have an inclusive education policy, to have quality education for girls and also for persons with disability. I believe, like my friend has explained that very well, and it has continued being a challenge. And let me speak about the deaf because I'm the shoe wearer. I know where it depends. I am. That's why I'm talking about the deaf people, because that's like a long time, like a few years back, the government has always tried to improve, yes, by employing teachers, but the mistake that the government is doing is, as they see the teacher you can be able to move the hands, you believe that person knows sign language. Imagine they just went to class for just 1 unit to learn a language that you're supposed to be facilitating teaching. So if you have just seen the teacher throwing hands, you believe that person knows sign language. So by the time you're coming into the school to do the monitoring, the teachers don't know how to speak. And you can see it makes the education for the deaf people get so it's not health. It is not of quality. But if you have already been given the teachers, if the education system is bad, it affects even our lives as even past school and post school. Maybe there are women who are interested to do the skills, to do business, and the skills are not there. How to make money? You don't know how to do that. Like recently, I want to thank Uraya. They gave us some fun on our Peace Network organization. They trained a few deaf women on business, and I hope they will improve. I hope their businesses, that was a good idea. Please continue with the same. On the finance and, oh, thank you. I think my friend explained on that, on the finance and also access to credit. It has always been a challenge, but we want to encourage the institutions that are there to try and also go to the grassroots and also to the ground and check on, listen to the concerns of people. What are they saying? What do they have? Is that whatever you're providing, is it meeting your need? Is a policy that is there. For example, for me, I imagine both of us, we are women, yeah? We are going to borrow money the same day. They will give Beatrice, I go do the business, I go do my business. This one is different because hers will be very hard because she has information. She has been hearing where can do, maybe which is the best business that to do. But for me, I must look for an interpreter to ask, have you had any where the business nowadays is going? Where is the market? Have you, which business is booming right now? Already by the time I'm getting information, which business is already booming. So it's a whole challenge for us. We are, also we are able to, we get to pay our credit slowly because we have not made any profits by that time. So the policy maybe needs to be adjusted so that it can match with our needs. On the building support, on the system, on the ecosystem, to create support network that includes NGOs and also government agencies and community organizations. I believe on that area, most of the NGOs and also government, as you're coming up with the policy, you need to match with the situation on the ground. And for persons with disability, the other two, number two, on raising awareness about disability rights and advocacy for inclusive policies. I think that we have talked exclusively on this one. To enhance accessibility and infrastructure. This has been, we have never been included. We are never included in that. Number one, to enhance accessibility and infrastructure. That means physical accessibility in public places. including the workplaces, the school and the transport area. We need maybe to improve on that. Invest in assistive technology and independence and productivity. So I would want to, I believe Josephine has explained on that. I will not play on that. To empower through technology, I think the world is moving now to technology. So imagine with women with disability who are doing business, most of them they don't understand the online dynamics. The issue with the people is access to information and creating awareness to understand this is how the world is moving. This is what we need to change and adjust in our businesses. This is to encourage and develop technology which will sort the design, the visually impaired people. They enjoy the jewels, therefore they're able to listen. Safaricom, maybe when they announce or there's cheap data, there's credit offers, they forget the deaf people. Because most of the time, as we use the video calls, because the language is visual, and you know data is very expensive. So if you hear the offers, you can be able to call. But for us, they giving us that because you have to help. You have to look for an interpreter to help you call. Because I would say we have been given a credit offer, so let me use the credit that you have been having other than trying the bundles. On the same conclusion, we want to emphasize that the inclusive policies and the partnership that will drive in to have changes. I'm back to Crown Trust now. You see that statement there? I want to thank Crown Trust. Thank you for inviting us. Please try and partner with us. See how we can make that all the issues that you have mentioned which are affecting us, then just call us to just sit in, to come and listen. Yeah, it's very important to listen, and we have learned. But how many women are out there that have not gotten this information? Crown Trust maybe can partner with us, we mobilize maybe funds, and we can go in because there are the people who know where these persons with disabilities are, to go and train them on the information that you have had. And also, we know the situation there, and also to change their lives to be better. Also to support, and that includes empowering persons and women with disability, and creating more inclusive and equality in the society. To change, the change starts with me and you, or we need to change. Yes? Yeah. So, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahab. Thank you very much, Josephine. We want to give them flowers, and we want to give them flowers of many colors. Okay, flowers. Maua mangi, I'm blue, I'm yellow, Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, Gladys, I understand you are here. Welcome. I have learned a few things. Did you learn anything? I learned this. I learned Crown Trust. Oh, this is Mother. Can you answer? This is yes. Oh, thank you very much. And I think just based on what they have said, what about making sign language a compulsory subject in schools, so that they don't feel left out, and they can communicate and they can go anywhere and they are able to communicate. Thank you. Gladys.
Thank you very much. I wasn't meant to be in the program, but Daisy has asked me to share my experience. My day-to-day work is Apple. So, ukiniuliza kazi yako ni gani, nakwambia I do tenders. So I look like a very big millionaire, but we all start from somewhere. I've been doing Apple since 2014, and I think I've gone through it all. If you ask me, Apple has become better with time. If you ask me,
an optimistic person. So if you ask me since 2014, I'll tell you Apple is better compared to when I started in 2014. I think it's a myth that you only can get tenders through known people. There is a space for if you allow people to use you, but if you apply many, the way you used to apply for jobs after school, you drop your CV everywhere. The same way, if you do that for Apple, you will get maybe not the big ones. I haven't got the biggest ones, but I get them, and I get them without knowing people. And actually, when I'm trying getting them through people, it becomes hard because they expect you to share, and they make it hard for you because most likely the ones who are going to fund it, so they are going to get the big share. If you haven't done the ropes, somebody is going to even take the key that you're supposed to submit to the government. Because as much as we say this exemption, the exemption is not going to be key. The exemption is that. So when you do your tenders, make sure you submit to stay compliant because you won't work without the compliance. It's good that you just comply. And I think it's just important. If you're given something free, you don't feel the pinch. Because I've tried asking why they ask for all these documents. The opportunity is free. But what makes you feel the weight or the need to be there and perform is
next person with a disability comes, nyinyi watu hamfanyangi, tunawapea and you underperform. So it's good to try your best. For whatever reason you're going to give that you didn't, or because at times people underquote so that you get a job. And when you're given the work and you know that you can't supply at that price, you don't supply and you keep going. And people are waiting for the products or service. So I think it's important that when you get the job, because of the next person who will be coming or you want a job next time, please do it and do it well so that we can open doors for the rest of us who are in the space. But I would say that it's doable. There are challenges, yes, because corruption is there. You're going to get corrupt people, they are there. People will hide your documents. People are going to delay your payments, but they are still good people. We still have good people in the same space, but they are still very bad people. I have both extremes, where somebody just makes sure that they say that the product you brought is not what they asked for because you're not their person, and maybe the system has changed. There's somebody who has been doing the job, and now you're the one who has come in, and they were benefiting from the previous person, and now that you just applied and you got, they make it so hard for you. So hard, maybe you go through there, you supply and you make the delivery, but the payment takes time because somebody just wants to just make it hard for you and get back the person who was there. But if you're faithful, if you just do it in the right way, I know you can get the jobs. Maybe, okay, I haven't had the big ones, the big ones. I would like to get them, but I haven't got them any. Right now, I haven't done very big ones, but I've done them, and I've done many of them successfully. Right now, I have one that is going on, still looking for money. I don't know whether they are financiers in the house. But anyway, when you're given a job, you have to perform, and I think that's it. And about differentiating, when I come here, there is somebody who will tell me that I don't have a disability because I'm standing here and I don't need a wheelchair, I don't have a white cane, I haven't asked for for the interpreter. But all disabilities, whatever, if the doctor admits that you have a disability, you have it. Because I've gone to places and I'm told I'm not going to give you a job, you don't look like you have a disability. The same case goes to people with intellectual disabilities, people with learning disabilities. They have their own issues. I don't know, when maybe we are here, we might not be a very good representative of everybody. Maybe I have the advantage because I've worked with many of them, and I know everybody is challenging in their own way. Because the way we do it, like if I have a ramp in my compound, I'm compliant and I'll tell people that that I'm inclusive. But let's try to be inclusive to all. We can all get there. Disability is not reserved for anyone. Any one of us in this house can get a disability. So whatever you do, in whatever service that you give, whatever you do, whether you're building your own house, whether you're building your office, know that you're not building it for anyone else, but even for you, it can be for you. So whatever you do, the way you treat them, the way you, like even in church, I've gone to a church and somebody walks in with a wheelchair and everybody is standing. How would you feel if you come, those of us when you're reproductive age, if you get a child with cerebral palsy, how would you want them to treat? How would you want them to be treated? Treat the same. The person you meet with a disability, just treat them with dignity. Whatever you are doing, like at the child care center, just think: are they disability friendly? Are there any women who are coming there? Because you can imagine a woman with a child with cerebral palsy can't leave their children with a neighbor. They have to how people lock their children in the house. because you can't excuse them. You wouldn't go saying that loudly, but it's because if I have a child, let's say the normal child, I'll come and leave and leave the child at her house and go to work or go for run an errand and come back. If I come with a child with cerebral palsy or with mental illness, will you agree to be left with a child for that day? Most likely no. So don't blame anyone, but also we can't excuse people for locking their children in the houses. But let's try to look it around and see what we can do, how we can help in the society. If it's those child care centers, let's also try to find out who are the women with children with disabilities around. As we incorporate the people who are in the borders, is there something we can do like in Nairobi or wherever else? And partner with people. That's why I like the thing about networking. Network with everyone so that everyone is not, no one is left out, and that we are all productive. Everyone can be productive if they have a conducive environment. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Disability is not inability, and it has just reminded me that sometimes we have to be mindful of the language when we are talking. You know, when you talk about a person with a disability, the way you refer to that person might actually be very offensive to the person. We have to be sensitive, not just for people with disability, even women. This is where I come from. They call out, you talked about women being seen coming out there. In Kikuyu, they say modomuka, and you just come. And then if they're not calling you modomuka, the one who comes, then you don't belong. Or they call you mutumia, the one who is supposed to keep quiet. And then when a young boy has been born, it's a king. If it is like now, Meroka, I was listening to you and thinking that if your father had not gone to school, they would have said kumezaliwa pombe. Because utauzwa pombe na ng'ombe. So these are things that sometimes may have impact in our way of thinking, even and they might be affecting people differently. And I also wanted to add that even the people who border between a disability and there you are not, those ones who are not completely or completely disabled or are slightly disabled are the ones who have it rough, because they are in school, they are expected to be normal children, whereas they are not normal, and then they can't fit in these other schools, so that you find that you have a problem. I had a problem with my firstborn because he's autistic, and when you looked at him like this, you would not know that he had a problem, and therefore I had a problem even placing him to a school. So there are these things, and it is being sensitive to these things, people speaking out, that we are able to bring out all these things, and then when we put them in one kikapu of women, because at the end of the day, whether it is men who are disabled or not, they become our responsibility. Whether and then we become the caregivers. In your ministry, you have what you call the Social Protection Fund, which is severely disabled. You support only severely disabled people. So there are those ones who are disabled, but we think that they need support, and the government doesn't give them the 2,000 shillings. By the way, that money does a lot of good work, whether it is for the old men or the orphaned or the severely disabled. But then they ask, who decides? Is it the doctor, the severely disabled? Even these other ones who are not severely disabled, if they are enabled, then they stop being a burden even to their parents or even to other people, because they'll be able to earn a living. So thank you very much. We have been unpacking the report that we came to hand over today, and now we have reached the climax of handing over the report. I want to invite Daisy, Winnie, No, I'm saying we need to come and help us with the report. And I want to invite Dr. Meroka. I want to invite Elizabeth. I want to invite Florence, so that we come and receive the reports. Care is here.
Yes, Terry.
Oh, Terry. Sorry. Welcome. So what we have been so
You want to talk about it? No? No, first we are showing because so this is actually the report of the conference report that compiles all the information that we have unpacked, and we want to hand it over. I think you as women, you can hand it over to the ministry. You can take it.
let's take that picture.
We at least have one man.
Oh, yes, yes. So it's the report on getting women involved in Kenya's economic recovery. So we hope that the ministry, the government will implement, and of course we will follow up on the areas and even give our reports of what we are doing in preparation now for the next economic forum, where we'll be looking at the next agenda, but giving an update on how far we have gone. So please receive the report.
So thank you very much. You can say something.
On behalf of the CS. So on behalf of the CS, we are glad we've received the report, and we, as a government, we shall partner with you and implement some of your findings from the report. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And you don't want to take an extra one for your, thank you. And the others will be distributed. I believe there are enough copies for everyone here. And now we are going to the next session, plenary, where people can give their reaction. But since we have had an audience of more than 33 people, how many are they? Yeah, we have had more than 33 people or more. We want to hear.
Right now we have 21.
21, but at one point they were 31.
Yeah.
We want to first hear their comments we want to hear their comments. Okay, and read them out.
Yeah. So Wambuki here is asking, what does circumcision has to do with growing of crops, surely, or drying up of rivers?
Okay, what has circumcision got to do with drying up of rivers or growing up of crops? Surely,
And we have comments from Irene Wambui. I say Daisy presentation is very informative, but the network is still breaking, making us miss in some areas. We are kindly requesting for presentation to be sent to our WhatsApp group and also via emails.
Okay, noted.
Yeah, we have a comment from Elena Diambo. It is not safer if women own their properties individually, even if they have spouses.
It is not safe.
It is not safer if women own their properties individually, even if they have their spouses.
So she's suggesting that we should own property jointly. Okay, that's her view. Okay.
Also from the same colleague, saying She is grateful for the informative meeting, and she is requesting to be sent out the handout to assist her learn more.
Okay, we hope the report will be shared. It will be put on the website so it can be accessed.
Yeah. Then we have comment from Dorcas Gibran. Leo mafunzo yako yako poa sana kulenga zaidi wanawake. Asante.
Okay, thank you.
Then we have a comment from Juliana Mutua. The conversation is a healthy one on matters women and persons living with disabilities. Yeah, that's all we have.
Okay, thank you very much, and we thank all those who are attending online, and the report will be put on Crown Trust website. It will also be shared. The report will be shared on Crown Trust website. Also, we have website, and if the ministry will agree, we can also put it on your website and all the websites that we, so that it can be able to reach as many people as possible as we plan for the next conference, so that people can read it. Now, the floor is open to the plenary. I think now we can have the lights on. Can we have the lights on? Is it okay? Camera person? Yeah. Okay. Some people have been okay, you can lift up your hand so that we take cameras. So Diana, Gladys, Morris, and thank you. Okay, Diana.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, and thank you very much, Crown Trust, for organizing this. Definitely the Women's Economic Forum, there's one I have missed, Women Economic Empowerment Forum, it's WE. This year was quite a major milestone, and the commitments that we received, as they have been highlighted. At TISA, we work on economic issues as part of our core work is around financial resources, the economy, fiscal policies, and the debt levels. And based on the